Chapter 1267. After Gu Yuankai, the other cultivators said in unison, "Greetings, Dao Lord Xianming and Yin Yang Dao Lord." Yang Qing kept the jade pendant and bowed to the crowd. "Thank you, everyone." He came here alone along the path. At this moment, he also flew and landed on a star beside Lin Feng. His expression was calm and relaxed, safe and at ease. In another direction, the sixth path lit up in the starry sky. At the end of the path stood a dark-skinned, serious-looking young man in purple. He was Lin Feng's sixth disciple, Li Yuanfang. Behind Li Yuanfang, there was a row of Xianmen Tianzong disciples. They were all successors of He Luoju. Tan Yunqing and the other second-generation legacy disciples were still in Tianhuang vast land. Most of the people here today were third-generation legacy disciples. Among them, the most familiar person to the cultivators of the other forces was a handsome young man in the row. He was obviously a dignified person. He was Tan Yunqing's disciple, the most outstanding person among He Luoju's third-generation legacy disciples, Lin Chuan. His Dao name was Yuan Gang. He went to Tianhuang vast land to participate in the battle. Although his battle results were not dazzling, he had left a deep impression on the spectators. Gu Yinlin's way of doing things was steady, dignified and serious. Although he was still young, he was mature and had a bit of a dignified demeanor. Although he was a disciple of He Luoju, he faintly had the advantages of both He Luoju and Light Dance Pavilion. He used his sword to set up formations. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of Jindan, he had already revealed a bit of an extraordinary aura. The successors of He Luoju followed behind Li Yuanfang. They lined up neatly in front of Lin Feng and bowed. Disciple Li Yuanfang greets Master. Disciple greets Ancestral Master. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Xian Luo, from now on, your Dao name will be the title of Dao Lord Xian Luo. It will be recorded in the sect." A jade plate with the words Xian Luo appeared in the starry sky. Below the words Xian Luo were the words Dao Master. When put together, it became Dao Master Xian Luo. Li Yuanfang took the jade tablet and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Disciple thanks Master. When Gu Jun saw this scene, he nodded and said, "The Master of the Celestial Sect of Wonders can indeed be said to be full of heroes." Gu Yuankai and the other ancient clan cultivators all nodded slightly. They had also witnessed Li Yuanfang's performance in the battle against the king of the underworld. The Great South Pole Longevity Formation, left behind by the ancient emperor, was also an extremely powerful top-notch formation. The ancient emperor's lineage had a complete inheritance, and he had great attainments in the Tao of formations. At this moment, an elder in a black robe said silently, "The divine prefecture's formations originate from He Luo. The highest person in the world is the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Dao Lord Xian Luo inherited the orthodoxy of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and can be called Divine Lord He Luo." Lin Feng had used his own dermic powers to create the Yin-Yang Life and Death Formation and the Sky Punishing Sword Formation. His attainments in the Tao of formations had been indisputable in the Divine Land for many years. However, the black-robed elder's words still made everyone's eyes narrow. This was because this person was the reincarnation sect master of the Hell Path, Lord Underworld. The reincarnation sect master of the Hell Path was one of the few sects in the Divine Land that specialized in formations. The cultivators in the sect even used formations to prove their nascent soul Tao. Before this, because of what happened to Shi Tianfang, Mo Shilua, Shen Qifeng, and the others, the reincarnation sect and Xianmen Tianzong were not on good terms. At this moment, the reincarnation sect master of the Hell Path, who was also likely to be the next reincarnation sect master, Lord Underworld, spoke at this moment. It was tantamount to admitting that his attainments in the Tao formations could not be compared to Lin Feng's, let alone Li Yuanfang's. Lord Underworld's expression was neither happy nor angry. Silently, he said, "Greetings to Tao Lord Xian Luo and Divine Lord He Luo." At this moment, the others also opened their mouths and said in unison, "Greetings to Tao Lord Xian Luo and Divine Lord He Luo." Li Yuanfang put away the jade plate engraved with his honorific title, Tao Master Xian Luo. He stood up and solemnly returned the salute to the crowd. "Fellow Taoists, you flatter me. Xian Luo thanks everyone." As Li Yuanfang and the others also landed on the star, the seventh path of light in the distance lit up. At the end of the path was a tall and handsome young man. His long black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and he had a smile on his face. Naturally, he was Lin Feng's youngest male disciple, Shi Tianhao. The people behind Shi Tianhao were the disciples of the Heaven-Barren Valley. Among them, the third-generation core disciples were also the main ones. The second-generation core disciples, Huang Jinting, Zhuge Wanqiu, and the others were still in the infinite wilderness. Among the third-generation core disciples of the Heaven-Barren Valley, the one who was the most famous was naturally Huang Jinting's disciple, Shi Yang. During the early stages of the war between the two worlds, Shi Yang had just successfully formed his core. As soon as he formed his golden elixir, the war between the two worlds broke out, and he was brought to the infinite wilderness by his grandmaster, Shi Tianhao, and master Huang Jinting. After the fierce battle with the demon race, Shi Yang's reputation rose, and more people began to know and pay attention to him. At this moment, the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty looked at Shi Yang with complicated gazes. This was a distant branch of the royal family, the Shi family, after the brothers Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi had produced a third top genius in just a few decades. Lin Feng looked at this little guy and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was also a devil incarnate who had perfectly inherited the fine traditions of the desolate Sky Valley. Apart from that, there was an old saying, like teacher, like disciple. Thus, after Heavenly Thunder Immortal Xiao Huang, the Heaven-Barren Valley produced another perfected person, Tian. The word, Dan, had the meaning of the sun, rising from the east, like the sun rising from the horizon. It looked good on its own, and it was even more related to Shi Yang's name. However, as a disciple of the third-generation core disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, using this word for his Taoist name was somewhat embarrassing. Such a masterpiece naturally came from his master, the Heavenly Thunder True Monarch Huang Jinting. At the time, it really did give Lin Feng another shock. Yet the two people involved felt extremely good about themselves. Huang Jinting, who gave the Taoist name, was naturally extremely satisfied, and little Shi Yang, who gave this Taoist name, was also in high spirits. Shi Tianhao brought the people of the Heaven-Barren Valley to Lin Feng, smiled, and knelt on the ground. Behind him, Shi Yang and the others also knelt together. Disciple Shi Tianhao greets master. Disciple greets ancestral master. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the void. Xian Huang, today I will give you an honorific title, Tao Master Xian Huang, and leave it in the sect's internal records. A jade tablet with the words Xian Huang appeared in the sky, and below it the words Tao Master appeared. Together, they became Tao Master Xian Huang. Shi Tianhao took the jade tablet, and the smile on his face disappeared. He solemnly kowtowed to Lin Feng. Disciple thanks master. In the crowd, the Qin dynasty's King Rosen, Shi Zhongmao, sighed softly and said slowly, "Greetings to Tao Master Xian Huang and Heavenly Emperor Xian Huang." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. In the years after Shi Tianhao reached the nascent Soul Realm, there were two kinds of honorific titles in the Divine Land. One was Heavenly Emperor Xianhuang, and the other was Heavenly Emperor Xianhuang. The former was mainly spread among the cultivators outside the Qin dynasty and the Zhou dynasty, while the cultivators of the Qin dynasty and the Zhou dynasty called him Heavenly Emperor Xianhuang. This was especially so in the Great Qin dynasty. Most of the time, they would call Shi Tianhao by the title Stonefeather had given him, Desolate Marquis. At this moment, Shi Zhongmao called him Heavenly Emperor Xianhuang, which was more meaningful than calling Xiao Yan Flame Emperor. Emperor Zhou Liangpan's expression was calm. He, who already had a plan in his heart, didn't mind in this aspect. Before he congratulated Xiao Yan, now he also calmly said, Xianhuang Dao Master, Xianhuang Heaven Emperor, greetings. The rest of the cultivators congratulated him, too. Shi Tianhao put away the jade badge, stood up, and smiled again. He bowed to Liang Pan, Shi Zhongmao, and the others. Thank you for coming today. After saying this, he led the disciples of the Heaven Barren Valley to a star beside Lin Feng. In the void, 7 paths of light extended in 7 directions, like the orbit of stars. At this moment, the 8th path lit up, and at the end of the path stood a beautiful girl in purple. Sword Lord Tongtian, Sword Lord Thunderbolt, Sword Lord Emerald Wave, Sword Lord Flowing Light, and even Sword Lord Flying Snow, who was a return to void stage cultivator in the Qin dynasty, all held their breath. The girl in front of them was, of course, Lin Feng's youngest disciple, Luo Qinggu. Her master, Lin Feng, was the master of the Celestial Gate, and she had created a new branch of the Sword Dao in the world. It was different from the immortal Sword Qi of Shushan and the great 9 Heavens sword technique of Elysium, but it was not inferior at all. Although Luo Qinggu was young, she was already a grand master of the Sword Dao of her generation. Looking at the 7 people standing in Lin Feng's divine land, including Xiao Yan, all the spectators sighed in their hearts. They have just entered the essence soul stage, but they already have the appearance of a grandmaster. They will definitely become giants in the divine land in the future. The people behind Luo Qinggu were the disciples of the Light Dance Pavilion. They were relatively few in number, but each of them had an extraordinary aura. Apart from the sharpness of the Sword Dao, they had already revealed a grand and mysterious aura. Han Yang and the other second-generation true disciples were basically all in the vast land of infinite wilderness. Only Yun Yanfang, whose Dao name was Tianxian, stayed in the Light Dance Pavilion to help manage the affairs. At this moment, the disciples of the Light Dance Pavilion who came with Luo Qinggu were all third-generation true disciples, except for Yun Yanfang, the second-generation true disciple. Although they were few in number, they would not be looked down upon. The cultivators of the Yuanying and Golden Elixir period, who had lower cultivation levels from the other major forces, looked at the group of disciples of the Light Dance Pavilion with a slightly serious expression. In this war between the 2 worlds, among the 8 cave abodes of Xianmen Tianzong, the disciples of the Light Dance Pavilion had displayed the highest average combat level. All of them seemed to have experienced hundreds of battles. While they were determined, they were also flexible and good at adapting to changes. In particular, there was a young disciple of the Light Dance Pavilion following behind Yun Yanfang. He had a medium build and an extremely ordinary appearance. He even looked a little dull, and there was no spirit in his eyes when he opened and closed. But this seemingly ordinary young man, who seemed to be hard to find in a crowd, was actually the third-generation disciple of Xianmen Tianzong, who had the most glorious results of killing demons in this war between the 2 worlds. He was Han Yang's disciple, Lian Huazhao, Ying Luoza's disciple, perfected Yuan Xing Meng Honglu, Yang Tai's disciple perfected Yuan Yu Yi Xin Hui, Li Xingfei's disciple perfected Yuan Hong Qin Fanga. Huang Jinting's disciple perfected Yuan Yen Shiyang, and perfected Yuan Du Lian Huazhao, who was following behind Yun Yanfang, were all the outstanding talents of the new generation that emerged from Xianmen Tianzong in this war between the two worlds. Chapter 1268. Yun Yanfang, Lian Huazhao, and the others followed behind Luo Qinggu. They walked along the eighth path of light and arrived before Lin Feng. Luo Qinggu bowed down gracefully, and the disciples of the gentle dance pavilion behind her did the same. Disciple Luo Qinggu greets Master. Disciple greets Ancestral Master. Lin Feng smiled and pointed at the void. Xianche, I will give you an honorific title today. You will be known as Dao Venerate Xianche. It will be recorded in the sect's internal inheritance. A jade tablet with the words Xianche appeared in the starry sky. The words Dao Venerate appeared below the words. When put together, it became Dao Venerate Xianche. Luo Qinggu took the jade tablet and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Disciple thanks Master. When a sword cultivator reached the nascent soul realm, they would usually be given the honorific title of Sword Venerate instead of Dao Venerate. However, Lin Feng and Luo Qinggu had no intention of being special. Sword Venerate Tong Tian sighed softly when he saw this. On the other side, Sword Venerate Thunderbolt said in a clear voice, "Greetings to Dao Venerate Xianche and Sword Immortal Lord." Just like Yu Hongyan's title of Martial Immortal Lord, Luo Qinggu was also called Sword Immortal Lord before her nascent soul realm was formed. However, although many people acknowledged Luo Qinggu's talent and potential, they did not really care much about it. Now, however, they could no longer ignore it. Moreover, the meaning of Sword Immortal Lord was completely different when it came from the mouth of Sword Venerate Thunderbolt, who was at the Dao Integration Realm. Sword Venerate Tong Tian sighed and said, "Greetings to Dao Venerate Xianche and Sword Immortal Lord." Sword Venerate Flowing Light and the other sword cultivators also congratulated Luo Qinggu. The people from other forces who came to watch the ceremony also congratulated her. In the crowd, a young man in black stood and spoke in unison with the others. Silently, he looked at Luo Qinggu. The people around him were all cultivators of the Yuanying and Golden Elixir period. Although the black-clothed youth did not stand in the first place, the others seemed to regard him as the center of attention. The surrounding forces looked at the black-robed young man and did not underestimate him. Although this young man was the second primordial soul stage cultivator since the founding master of Beyond Heaven Mountain, and he had only just reached the primordial soul stage, his magical powers were enough to attract everyone's attention. The black-clothed young man was naturally Chu Yang. During the internal strife of Mount Shu, he had successfully attained the essence soul realm. Later on, during the Divine Land's counterattack on Tianhuang continent, he had shocked everyone with a single feat, displaying power that was far beyond ordinary people's expectations. The name of Chu Yang, the name of Beyond Heaven Mountain, had attracted the attention of the entire Divine Land for the first time, and Beyond Heaven Mountain, which was still closely following in the footsteps of Xianmen Tianzong, had also risen in status among the forces that were completely dependent on Xianmen Tianzong. At this moment, some people gradually recalled that during the Kunlun Mountain Dharma Assembly, Chu Yang had also shocked everyone like a dark horse. However, at that time, he was only a cultivator of the Golden Elixir period. Even though he had outstanding talent and performed well, he was only praised by a group of Essence Soul Stage powerhouses. But today, he had successfully attained the Essence Soul realm. The strength of his magical powers far surpassed that of ordinary Essence Soul embodiment stage cultivators. Be it status or power, he was able to stand on equal footing with the leaders and elders of many forces. And the sect that he came from, beyond Heaven Mountain, not to mention superforces like Xianmen, Tianzong, Taishu Temple, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty, and the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, was far inferior to the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Thunderbolt Sword Sect, and the Purple Cloud Dao. Even the Blaze Sword Sect and the Wilderness Sword Sect were far superior. Many years ago, the founder of Beyond Heaven Mountain passed away not long after he established the sect. Since then, there had been no more Essence Soul Stage powerhouses in Beyond Heaven Mountain. And today, Chuyang had just attained the Essence Soul Stage. The strength and momentum of Beyond Heaven Mountain had already surpassed its peak in the past. Although in the process of him fighting with the demon race, knowledgeable powerhouses could vaguely recognize that his Dharma foundation did not rely on Beyond Heaven Mountain. He had always considered himself a disciple of Beyond Heaven Mountain. As his strength continued to increase, he gradually gained the ability to protect himself. Many magical powers and techniques also began to continuously integrate into Beyond Heaven Mountain, causing the overall strength of Beyond Heaven Mountain to begin to soar. This also caused Chu Yang's legend to undoubtedly be more intense than that of ordinary people. However, at this moment, in the All Heaven Hall, his radiance had also become much dimmer. It was as if he was an undetectable speck of starlight in broad daylight. Chuyang was not dissatisfied with this. Instead, he was very calm. He knew very well that when the news of him possessing the great Nine Heavens Divine Sword Dao spread, even if the Mount Shu Sword Sect and the Void Temple did not have any ideas, and the Eastern Heaven Gate was powerless after losing Shao Dongtian, and the Black Heaven Seal, the Great Zhou Dynasty had the ability to make things difficult for him. Chuyang knew the relationship between the greater Nine Heavens Divine Sword Dao and the Great Heavenly Dao. The reason why he was safe and sound now, and the Great Zhou Empire did not cause trouble for him and Beyond Heaven Mountain completely treating him as if he did not exist, was all because Xianmen Tianzong was standing behind him. Chuyang seemed to have finally become high profile, but in fact, he had always been vigilant. However, even when participating in the war in Infinite Wilderness Vast Land, he had always maintained his company with Xianmen Tianzong and was determined not to be alone. Even if the Great Zhou Empire wanted to attack Xianmen Tianzong, they could not find a good opportunity to do so. At this moment, he looked at Luo Qingwu and thought to himself, "Qingwu, congratulations." Luo Qingwu put away the jade token, stood up and bowed to the crowd. "My fellow Taoists, you're too kind." After saying that, she led her disciples and landed on a star beside Lin Feng. The successors of Xianmen Tianzong's 8 branches stood in 8 directions. The stars beneath their feet became brighter and brighter, turning into pillars of light that shot into the sky. Standing in the middle of the 8 pillars of light, Lin Feng smiled and looked at the surrounding people who came to watch the ceremony. He said, "Fellow Taoists, I thank you for coming from afar to watch the ceremony." The crowd repeatedly said that they did not dare and looked at the 8 people beside Lin Feng, including Xiao Yan. At this moment, the 8 of them gathered together. Unlike earlier when they appeared one by one, it was even more shocking. After all, everyone knew that although the 8 people in the lead were all at the primordial spirit incarnation realm, none of them could be measured by common sense. For example, Yu Hongyan, Yang Qing, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu, when they just entered the primordial spirit realm, they were already far superior to other primordial spirit incarnation realm cultivators. In the entire divine land, how many people could easily say that they could win against cultivators at the primordial spirit incarnation realm? As for Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao, the famous 4 heroes of Xianmen, they used the failures and corpses of powerful opponents to build their illustrious reputation. Sword Venerable Firmament, Jade Sky Dragon King, Great Sage Shu Jian, Bright Slayer Yudu, and even Ning Feng Yudu, Wan Long Yudu, Luyan Dragon Queen. Any one of them was a top strong practitioner, but now they had all become stepping stones for Xiao Yan and the rest. Excluding Lin Feng himself, the direct disciples of Xianmen were his 8 disciples who had achieved the primordial spirit realm. But even if it was only the 8 of them, if they worked together, how many forces in the human world of the divine land could match them? Today, other than bestowing honorific titles, there is one more thing to do. Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Yan and the rest. Now that you can be considered to have finished your apprenticeship, I still have some arrangements to share with you. He pointed his finger lightly in the void, and 5 balls of light appeared, emitting a powerful aura. Apart from Gu clan leader Gu Jun, who was in the first tribulation stage, everyone present, including Dao integration stage Liang Pan, Shi Zongmao, Dao Lord Luo Fu, Gu Yuankai, Sword Venerable Tong Tian, and Bei Rong, first Chanyu, narrowed their eyes slightly. As the light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was shockingly the 2 Mahayana grade artifacts, the Sala Wondrous Tree and the 2 Poles Sky Peak, as well as the Transmogrification grade artifact, the Dragon God Heavenly Armor, and another Spirit Nurturing grade Heavy Armor artifact. It was the ancestral Crocodile Divine Armor that Lin Feng had just forged. The last item was a sword light that was as vast as smoke and clouds. It was a long sword that surged like a river. As the sword light flowed, it was as if it was looking down on everything in the world from the sky. It was also like the reflection of everything in the world in the sky. Sword Venerable Tong Tian cried out involuntarily. Ancient sword Tai Ching? That sword was the ancient sword Tai Ching, which was on par with the ancient sword Heavenly Dipper and the ancient sword Firmament in the Mount Shu Sword Sex collection. But what shocked Sword Venerable Tong Tian and the others who knew the inside story was that the ancient sword Tai Ching had always belonged to the Taishu Temple, and the Mount Shu Sword Sect had coveted it for many years, but they had never been able to get it. Everyone looked at the ancient sword Tai Ching, which was on par with the wondrous Sala Tree, and the 2 extreme Sky Peak, in shock. Lin Feng did not explain much, but looked at the Dharma treasure in front of him. The figures of the immortal Sala Tree and the 2 extreme Sky Peak appeared at the same time, and a woman also appeared beside the ancient sword Tai Ching. Her eyes were misty, but she was the Dharma treasure origin spirit of the ancient sword Tai Ching. There are 5 of you here, and there will be 3 more coming later. Slowly, Lin Feng said, I would like to invite everyone to guard my disciple. It does not belong to them individually, but to guard the legacy of the cave abode. This is the blessing of my disciple, and to everyone, it is also a bright path for you to move forward in the future. You can cultivate together with my disciple. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the dragon god Heavenly Armor. The scales on the armor kept opening and closing, and the entire armor kept vibrating. Lin Feng said to Xiao Yan, Xian Yan, this treasure will belong to your Fun Tianya. The surrounding people who were watching the ceremony were slightly moved. The dragon god Heavenly Armor, formerly known as the Flame Dragon Heavenly Armor, was also considered famous now. It had become Xiao Yan's disciple, but it seemed to have a different meaning. This was the earliest artifact that Xianmen Tianzong was known to the people. It was also rumored that it was personally refined by Lin Feng, and since then, it had been moving together with Lin Feng's God of War clone. However, although the artifact was extraordinary, it was still a transformation-grade artifact after all. It could not be compared to the ancient sword Tai Ching, the wondrous Sala Tree, and the twin sky peaks. He gave this artifact to Xiao Yan. Isn't it a little? Just as some people were having such thoughts, they saw Lin Feng suddenly reaching out his hand and patting the dragon god Heavenly Armor. In the next moment, a majestic man with a majestic figure appeared on the dragon god heavenly armor. On his exposed skin, faint dragon scales could be seen. It was the light figure of the dragon god heavenly armor's primordial spirit. Immediately after, the light figure of the man suddenly became dazzling, radiating resplendent light that illuminated the surrounding void. Majestic and mysterious magic power spread in all directions, and the laws of heaven and earth gradually connected with the dragon god heavenly armor. Through the body of the artifact, it was guided to the artifact's primordial spirit. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the light figure of the majestic man seemed to solidify. When his eyes opened and closed, it was like a powerful life that was independent of heaven and earth. Everyone gasped at the same time. A Mahayana-grade artifact. Although there was a rumor during the exterminating Xian War that the Xian Gate sect master could instantly upgrade a transformation-grade artifact to Mahayana-grade, everyone was still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Looking at the dragon god heavenly armor, and then at Lin Feng, who was acting as if nothing had happened, everyone was a little dazed. Chapter 1269. Looking at Lin Feng and the dragon god heavenly armor that had been upgraded from a transformation-grade artifact to a Mahayana-grade artifact, in an instant, the big shots of the other forces all gasped. Gu Jun, the leader of the Gu clan, turned to look at the people beside him. One was a girl in green, and the other was a middle-aged man. They were Xiao Zhen, and Gu Peng, who had personally experienced the Xian-destroying battle. Xiao Zhen, and Gu Peng were also shocked to see the dragon god heavenly armor. When they saw Gu Jun looking at them, they immediately knew what he wanted. The two nodded. The Xiantian god sealing flag was the same. As they spoke, Xiao Zhen, and Gu Peng shook their heads in admiration. Even though it was the second time they saw it, they still felt that it was amazing. Or it should be said that it was the second time they saw it, and it proved that the first time was not a coincidence. That was why they were even more amazed. Previously, the Xiantian god sealing flag had been upgraded from the transformation grade to the Mahayana grade because it was at the peak of the transformation grade and had reached the critical point. At that time, it just happened to break through that layer of window paper and thus improved further. But now that the dragon god heavenly armor was in the same situation, it was difficult to explain it with a similar point of view. On the other side soared Venerable Flowing Light, who had also personally ascended Yujing Mountain to participate in the Xian-destroying battle and witnessed the scene of Lin Feng returning to the mountain, had the same expression. And the people around him subconsciously looked at him. Seeing soared Venerable Flowing Light's sincere admiration, they already knew the answer without asking or waiting for soared Venerable Flowing Light's answer. So for a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Feng patted the shoulder of the dragon god heavenly armor artifact spirit. The artifact spirit, which looked exactly like a real person, turned into light again and merged with the artifact itself. Then it turned into a stream of light and fell into the light pillar that enveloped Xiao Yan and the others. Silently, it floated above the heads of the Fenshan Cliff disciples behind Xiao Yan. Duan Muhong and the other disciples of Fun Tianya bowed solemnly to the dragon divine, heavenly armor above their heads. Xiao Yan looked at the dragon divine heavenly armor and nodded to show his respect. He smiled and said, "Old friend, we are working together again. If anything happens in the future, please take care of my disciples." The dragon god, heavenly armor's predecessor, was the flame dragon heavenly armor. It was the first artifact that Lin Feng had personally refined. He had lent it to his disciples when needed. Xiao Yan was the first disciple under Lin Feng to use the flame dragon heavenly armor. Although the present was different from the past, Xiaoyan still had feelings for the dragon god, heavenly armor. As the scales on Long Shintian's armor opened and closed, the draconic aura spread out in waves. A voice came from within. "It's been a long time, old friend. If your sect needs it, I will do my best." Lin Feng looked at the bipolar sky peak and said, "Peak, from today onwards, you don't have to stay in Xiantian realm. Return to Yujing Mountain and join my disciple Xianming's Nirvana Cave lineage. Are you willing?" Yang Qing's disciples were indeed few now, but it didn't mean that it would be the same in the future. Ever since the bipolar sky peak returned to Xianmen Tianzong, he had been diligent. During the Xiantian eradication war, he had even given his all to fight against Shushan and cut off the falling rocks. The bipolar sky peak, who was severely injured after the war, was healed by Lin Feng and Xiao Yin. His old injuries were healed and his strength increased. Before and during the war between the two worlds, he had been guarding Xiantian realm. The bipolar sky peak's power was the two extremes of ice and fire. After cultivating in Xianmen Tianzong for so many years, it gradually improved. Lin Feng had already pointed out a path for him. In the future, with Yang Qing's Tying True Water and Tying True Fire, there was hope for him to turn the two extremes of ice and fire into the two extremes of yin and yang. The bipolar sky peak nodded and merged with his body. The tall ice crystal volcano shone brightly and landed behind Yang Qing. Yang Qing turned around and nodded respectfully to the bipolar sky peak. "Mr. Bipolar Sky Peak, thank you." A voice came from the bipolar sky peak. "Tao Lord Yin Yang, you don't have to be so courteous. It's my turn to trouble you in the future." Lin Feng then said to Sha Luoxian, "Sha Luoxian, join my disciple Xianlan sect's Snowy Wind Valley lineage." Sha Luoxian nodded and did not say anything else. His body merged with the wondrous Shaluo tree and landed on the heads of the disciples of Snowy Wind Valley behind you, Hongyan. The disciples of Snowy Wind Valley bowed respectfully to the wondrous Shaluo tree. Yu Hongyan even turned around and bowed to the wondrous Shaluo tree. Not only was this treasure personally refined by Lin Feng, but it was also one of Lin Feng's clones in the past. At the same time, this Dharma treasure could be said to be the strongest Mahayana Dharma treasure in Xianmen Tianzong. In particular, its defensive power could even withstand the attacks of a large number of experts in the first tribulation stage. After settling down the wondrous Shaluo tree, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Gujian Taiqing. He said calmly, "You can join my disciple Xuancha's light dance pavilion lineage. While protecting my disciples, you can also study our sword Dao. In this way, you will have a chance to improve even more than you did in Taishu and Shushan." Gujian Taiqing's sword spirit fell silent. Her aura was still a little weak at the moment. On the eve of the war between the two worlds, Yun Yuanjin had helped her resist Lin Feng's might. In the end, both of them were almost cut in half by Lin Feng's ruthless heaven-punishing sword. Yun Yuanjin had been thrown into the Xian Sea by Lin Feng, and Gujian Taiqing had been confiscated. However, Lin Feng did not make things too difficult for her. Instead, during the later stages of the war between the two worlds, when the human cultivation world counterattacked Infinite Wasteland, Lin Feng had stayed in the Divine Land to help her recover from her injuries. In the process, he had naturally subdued her and polished off her sharp edges. Due to the battle between Immortal Heaven and Heaven-Punishing Sword, although Gujian Taiqing belonged to Taishu Temple, he also felt innately repulsed by Lin Feng. However, he was more afraid of him. Although Lin Feng was not a sword cultivator, he was enough to put all sword cultivators in the world to shame. At this moment, he did not have the heaven-punishing sword in hand. With just his sword Dao cultivation, he could look down on the world He fully deserved to be the #1 person in the Sword Tao in the Divine Land. Even if Sword Ancestor Ren Changmei was resurrected, he would not be a match for him. The sword that Luo Qingwu cultivated was not Lin Feng's heaven-punishing sword qi. After a moment of silence, Gujian Taiqing landed on the heads of Yun Yanfang, Lian Huazhao, and the others behind Luo Qingwu. The group of Light Dance Pavilion disciples did not look down on him because he was new. They all bowed solemnly to Gujian Taiqing. Luo Qingwu also turned her head and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your trouble in the future, Senior." Gujian Taiqing vibrated slightly and let out a clear sword chime. When the others saw this scene, they could not help but have countless guesses in their hearts. Tong Tian, sword venerable, thunderous sword venerable, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. They were not sure what Taishu Temple would think, but when the people of Shu Mountain saw this scene, they would probably have extremely complicated feelings. At this moment, there was a sudden flash of light in the void. Lin Feng clapped his hands lightly, and 3 streams of light descended from the sky. 2 of the streams of light emitted powerful waves of mana. They were 2 Mahayana-level magic treasures, Tsangtian Dao Jian and Xiantian Seal. These 2 top magic treasures had entered Xianmen Tianzong, and the whole world knew about them. At this moment, it was another magic treasure at the peak of the transformation level that attracted the attention of others. It was a precious jade shaped like rolling white clouds gathered together, and its mana was vast and profound. It was the central heavenly jade, which was one of the 9 treasures of the ancient Heavenly Gate along with Tsangtian Dao Jian and Xiantian Seal in the past. It was the first of the 9 treasures of the ancient Heavenly Gate. In the ancient times, it suffered a catastrophe and fell from the peak of the Mahayana level to the transformation level, but it was still an extremely powerful magic treasure. But what Liang Pan, Gu Jun, Shi Zongmao, Tong Tian Sword Venerable, and the others were concerned about was that this magic treasure had previously belonged to Taishu Temple. But looking at the scene in front of them, it was clear that Tsangtian Dao Jian and Xiantian Seal had brought the heavenly jade back from Taishu Temple together. The various signs and the information contained in them were too rich, and everyone present could not help but feel turbulent. When Lin Feng saw these 3 magic treasures, he smiled slightly and raised his finger to shoot out a ray of mana, which turned into purple gas and fell on the heavenly jade. The heavenly jade seemed to be prepared and did not resist, allowing Lin Feng to refine it. For so many years, although you have not been able to return to the Mahayana level, you have stayed at the peak of void return for a long time. The old troubles have been eliminated, and the accumulation is vigorous. You are only half a step away. Lin Feng said lightly, "Today, I will send you through this half a step. In the future, you can join my disciple Xian Huang in the desolate Sky Valley." Jian Sangtian and Yin Xiantian should have told you that the remains of the Sky City and the Azure Heaven Array are now in the hands of my disciple Xian Huang. When you were in the Heavenly Gate, you usually suppressed the array I of the Azure Heaven Array. Now that you have re-entered it to cultivate, it will help the recovery of the Sky City and your own cultivation. As the heavenly jade vibrated, it really broke through the last half step that had been blocked and successfully reached the Mahayana level. This was because his own cultivation had been enough, and only one last obstacle was left. Lin Feng could directly help him to advance without using the system reward. "Thank you, Xian Gate Master. I will do my best." The gratitude of the heavenly jade was not only because Lin Feng helped him to return to the Mahayana level. The deeper meaning of it could only be understood by a few people, such as Lin Feng and his disciples. After the heavenly jade, the Sangtian Dao Jian, and the Xiantian seal also belonged to Zhu Yi's Qiantian Palace, and Li Yuanfang's He Luoju. Lin Feng looked at Wang Lin and said with a smile, "The Xiantian god's sealing flag is a personal magic treasure that I gave to you, but now it belongs to your fan Lin Zhu, and this ancestral crocodile divine armor is for your own use. Your great demon-carrying sky Xianxian clone was in seclusion before, and it will not be long before it comes out, right? This magic treasure is just right for you." Everyone looked at the ancestral crocodile divine armor, which was only a spirit-breeding grade magic treasure, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Could it be, as they were thinking, they saw Lin Feng's palm hit the ancestral crocodile divine armor. The power of the ancestral crocodile divine armor and the aura of the magic treasure's primordial spirit began to change dramatically. Spirit breeding to transformation, transformation to Mahayana. Everything happened in an instant. The advancement of a spirit-nurturing stage treasure to the incarnation stage, or the advancement of an incarnation stage treasure to the Mahayana stage, was already enough to make everyone feel as if the world had been turned upside down. Now that a spirit-nurturing stage treasure had been instantly elevated to the Mahayana stage, everyone fell into a slight daze. When everyone came to their senses, they looked at the dragon divine heavenly armor, the Sangtian Dao Jian, the Xiantian god sealing flag, the Shura Wonder Tree, the bipolar sky peak, the Xiantian seal, the heavenly jade, and the ancient sword Grand Qing, hovering in the void behind Shaoyan and the ancestral crocodile divine armor. A total of 8 Mahayana grade magic treasures already exceeded the number of Mahayana grade magic treasures owned by any force in the divine land, including the Taishu Temple. The Mahayana grade magic treasures belonging to Xianmen Tianzong were at least the Shura saber that Lin Feng had confiscated years ago, and the ancestral crocodile divine armor that had just been given to Wang Lin. Just these 10 Mahayana grade magic treasures were equivalent to 10 Dao integration stage powerhouses. Chapter 1270. Among the human cultivation forces in the great heaven primordial world, the Taishu Temple had the most Mahayana grade Dharma treasures. It currently had 5 Mahayana grade Dharma treasures: the supreme array-breaking drum, the void yin-yang bell, the heaven and earth cage, the sun and moon divine cauldron, and the ancient sword Tai Ching. Now that the ancient sword Tai Ching had fallen into Xianmen Tianzong's hands, the Taishu Temple only had 4 Dharma treasures left. Liang Pan's expression did not change. Gu Jun looked at the dragon god heavenly armor and the other Dharma treasures with interest. Shi Zhongmao lowered his head and pondered. Bei Rong First Chanyu, Dao Master Thundercloud, Sword Master Tongtian, Sword Master Thunderbolt, and the others were also in a daze. Xianmen Tianzong's powerful strength shocked the divine land once again. Even without disciples, the Mahayana grade Dharma treasures belonging to the Taoist sect were enough to flatten most of the forces in the divine land. Not to mention that everyone present already knew that Lin Feng had tamed the White Tiger Great Sage, who was at the beginning of his tribulation and was only 1 step away from completing his tribulation, as well as the Lu Yuan Great Sage, who was at the realm of star and soul unification. Xianmen Tianzong also had a top expert at the Dao integration realm, Zhuge Zhan, among his foreign protectors. The current Xianmen Tianzong could really be said to be flourishing with leaves and a big tree with deep roots. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm very grateful that all of you have come from afar to attend the ceremony today." Beside him, Xiao Yan and the others commanded their respective sects' disciples and bowed towards the big shots of the other powers who were watching the ceremony. Everyone came to their senses and said that they did not dare to do so. At the same time, they bowed to Lin Feng and his disciple. From the time when Lin Feng blessed the disciples with honorific titles to the time when the 8 magic treasures entered the 8 cave residences, everything was projected by the light and shadow of mana, appearing in the eyes of the whole world. Lin Feng's voice echoed in the vast land of the divine continent. Even those who were not present could understand what had happened. At this moment, the entire divine land had a clearer understanding of the strength of the celestial sect of Xianmen. As for Lin Feng, who had turned the tide in the war between the two worlds and suppressed everyone with his sword, his figure was gradually becoming blurry. It wasn't that he was being ignored, but that he was becoming more and more like a lofty mountain, causing people to feel reverence in their hearts. On Xianmen Tianzong's land, in the eyes of the residents of the Kunlun Mountain and the Xiantian realm, Xianmen Tianzong was like a god at this moment, and no one dared to say anything blasphemous. When people talked to each other, even when they mentioned him, the speaker and the listeners would show reverence and longing for him as if they were on a pilgrimage. And at this moment, within the Xian Gate Sky Sect, on the peak of the clouds, no matter if it was the new disciples who had just passed the opening ceremony and entered the sect, or the foundation disciples who had already entered the sect before, their hearts were surging with adoration, feeling honored, wishing that they could also stand behind Xiao, Yan, Zhu Yi, and the rest. One by one, the disciples who had laid the foundation stood up from their seats and then knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lin Feng and his disciples who appeared in the light and shadow illusion. Seeing this, the new disciples also involuntarily knelt on the ground. In the hall on the top of the cloud peak, there was a series of steady or immature chanting, "Ancestral Master." While the process of this opening ceremony shocked the world, it also vaguely established Xianmen Tianzong's position as the new leader of the divine land. Attending the ceremony was only the last step. Before the opening ceremony, the leaders of the other forces had already come to visit and met with Lin Feng, Xiao Yan, and the others. The contents of the individual meetings between each force and Xianmen Tianzong were not known to the outside world other than the parties involved. But after the opening ceremony ended, with the passage of time, everyone could gradually see that the powers that were originally close to the celestial sect of wonders were now getting closer and closer, and the powers that were originally estranged were gradually getting closer to the celestial sect of wonders. What made Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou and the great Zhou dynasty feel the most was that the Songhai sword sect, which had always followed the great Zhou dynasty's lead, began to become more and more ambiguous. Within the reincarnation sect, the faction led by the Heldao's sect master, the Dark Lord, began to have more and more supporters and gradually began to completely suppress the other experts in the reincarnation sect who wanted to become the sect master. After Mo Shilua's death, the reincarnation sect's internal strife gradually disappeared, and it became stable again. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that the reincarnation sect's gradually changing direction was completely because the Dark Lord had obtained the support of Xianmen Tianzong. Even if Xianmen Tianzong did not make any substantial moves, just by showing his inclination, it was already enough to make the neutral faction and some of the less determined people in the reincarnation sect change their minds. The war between the two worlds had just ended. The Taishu Temple and Shu Mountain were all sealed. The Qin dynasty was weak. The great Zhou dynasty was silent. And Xianmen Tianzong's prestige in the divine land reached its peak since the founding of the sect with the momentum of a great victory. However, from Lin Feng onwards, Xianmen Tianzong did not make any major moves, nor did they have the intention of dominating the world or commanding the heroes. However, with the current prestige of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong, they faintly revealed a domineering aura amidst their low profile and peacefulness. This domineering aura was not because they were overbearing, but because no matter what others did, they had to first consider Xianmen Tianzong's and Lin Feng's views on the matter, as well as the possible influence it could bring. After the opening ceremony, Lin Feng himself still stayed on Mount Yujing in the Kunlun mountain range. Mount Yujing was hidden in the empty space, and it was difficult for others to see it. As for Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others, after making simple arrangements for teaching the new disciples, most of them left the mountain. Many years ago, Lin Feng had once said that they were allowed to open up their own residences to manage. However, a good abode was hard to find. Xiao Yan and the others had been raised by Mount Yujing, and they did not look at ordinary abodes at all. As long as others did not provoke Xianmen Tianzong, they would not make things difficult for the original owner. Thus, they kept delaying. In the war between the two realms this time, the human race gained a great victory. They obtained many abodes in the vast land of infinite wasteland, and even occupied many medium-class worlds and foreign spaces that were rich in natural resources and spiritual qi. Among them, as the leader in the later stages of the war, Xianmen Tianzong naturally gained the most. In the newly occupied territories, there were abodes that suited Xiao Yan and the others. Many of these abodes had been occupied by the demon race, and the spiritual qi and natural resources had been lost. However, because they were occupied by the demon race, the spiritual qi pulsation was different from the abodes operated by human cultivators. After some of the abodes were transformed, the spiritual qi pulsation changed, and some natural resources were reborn or even resurrected. Instead, they turned into a paradise for the human race. And this kind of abode made Xiao Yan and the others feel satisfied. For example, Wang Lin, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu each occupied a medium-class world. The medium-class world occupied by Wang Lin, after his own re-improvement and regulation, finally turned into a rich world named the Against the Immortal Realm. The spiritual qi pulsation was not only different from that when the demon race occupied it, but also different from the situation when ordinary human cultivators built abodes and cultivated medium-class worlds. There was a special meaning in it, which made every visitor feel that it was an eye-opener. And the medium-class world occupied by Li Yuanfang was named the Hello Realm by Li Yuanfang. A large number of precious materials were used as formation treasures to constantly replenish and adjust, and an unprecedentedly powerful Hello, heavenly gate formation, enveloped this medium-class world. The other newly built villas also invited Li Yuanfang to help with the detailed arrangement of the formation, and Li Yuanfang did his best meticulously. The medium-class world occupied by Luo Qingwu, after being improved, was named the Pure Yin Sword Realm. The road to the void led the cold and dark water in the Yin-Yang Sea on Mount Yujing to turn it into a lake. With the lake as the center, streams of cold sword qi rose, which made people feel awe-inspiring. But outside the lake, the entire Pure Yin Sword Realm was full of vitality and flourishing, forming a unique balance with the Blackwater Lake in the center of the medium-class world. Apart from Wang Lin, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu, the villas of Xiao Yan and Shi Tianhao were all placed on the infinite wasteland. The location of Shi Tianhao's infinite wasteland manor didn't change. He was very satisfied with his manor, but he had expanded the territory of the manor by a lot. He had taken over a large area of the infinite wasteland continent and brought it into the territory of his manor. Most of the demons and spirit beasts raised in the desolate Sky Valley on Mount Yujing were moved to the infinite wasteland villa. Although it was not as rich in spirit qi as on Mount Yujing, the spirit qi pulsation in the infinite wasteland was undoubtedly more suitable for the demons to cultivate. At the same time, the task of expanding the infinite wasteland villa and patrolling was handed over by Shi Tianhao to King Failian and other demons. The location of the villa chosen by Xiao Yan was the most overbearing and bold. It was almost at the current ceasefire line between the humans and the demons, as if it was guarding the border, which made the demons on the opposite side gnash their teeth in hatred. That spirit mountain was boldly and decisively transformed by Xiao Yan using his great magic power, forcefully chopping it into a mountain city. After learning of this, Lin Feng laughed and sent his Brontosaurus doppelganger to the infinite wasteland to write the 3 words Emperor Yan's city on a cliff on the side of the mountain city. Among the other disciples of Lin Feng, Yang Qing's Nirvana Grotto Heaven lineage was sparsely populated. He had no intention of establishing a villa and preferred to travel around the world in search of elixirs and practice medicine to save the world. Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan both chose the location of their cave residences in the Divine Land. The place Yu Hongyan chose was not a very beautiful place, but it was within everyone's expectations. The place she chose was her own ancient country. The territory of the Snowgale country was still occupied by the great Zhou dynasty. However, Yu Hongyan brought her disciples from the Snowgale Valley down Mount Yujing and set foot on the Snowgale County of the great Zhou dynasty. After the war between the 2 worlds, it was only now that Xianmen Tianzong finally showed some domineering intent. However, the human cultivators in the Divine Land were not surprised at all. In their minds, this day should have come long ago. As Yu Hongyan moved, Zhu Yi also went down the mountain. Zhu Yi had no intention of establishing a separate villa. Instead, he began to officially promote his Mirror Lake Academy to the whole world. And his first choice for promotion was the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Tianjin City. For a moment, the whole world was watching. Chapter 1271. It had been many years since Zhu Yi's Mirror Lake Academy had been established. In the past few days, there had been a continuous stream of people entering the academy to seek knowledge. Among them, there was no lack of successful students who left the academy and returned to their hometowns to apply what they had learned. There were always ways for the outside world to obtain knowledge, especially practical techniques, through various channels. When Zhu Yi founded Mirror Lake Academy, his original intention was to benefit the world. The more knowledge spread, the happier he would be. Thus, he did not mind the knowledge of the academy being known by the outside world. Moreover, the most advanced and cutting-edge things would always be in Mirror Lake Academy. It was not because they were hidden, but because the people who studied all kinds of knowledge in the academy were always working hard to bring forth new ideas and walk at the forefront. Today, the reputation of Zhu Yi, Mirror Lake Academy, and Xianmen Tianzong continued to expand in the secular world, and their influence became more and more profound. The great Qin dynasty, the great Zhou dynasty, and the northern militant royal court all controlled the secular world. They naturally noticed the changes that Mirror Lake Academy brought to the world, and they also noticed that Xianmen Tianzong's influence was constantly increasing. Although it was not as strong and fanatical as the Buddhist and Taoist sects' incense offerings, it silently permeated into every corner of the secular world, bit by bit. At the moment, it was still too short, and the effects were not obvious. However, if it continued like this, it would eventually become like water and air, making it difficult for people to escape. This point could be seen by people with insight, but for cultivators, it was difficult to predict what kind of changes would occur after a long time. After the Xian exterminating war, Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu temples stood side by side, dominating the Divine Land. Its powerful strength ensured that the great Zhou dynasty and other powers would not go against Xianmen Tianzong for this matter. Even if they allowed others to imitate and spy on them, they could not stop the reputation of Mirror Lake Academy from gradually spreading throughout the world. However, what made the great Zhou dynasty uneasy was that when Zhu Yi promoted Mirror Lake Academy, he did not choose the great Qin dynasty, which was gradually leaning towards Xianmen Tianzong, nor did he choose the northern militant royal court. Instead, he chose the great Zhou dynasty. Although Zhu Yi was originally from the great Zhou dynasty, and still had the name of the great Zhou dynasty on him, everyone knew that the relationship between him and the celestial sect of wonders behind him and the great Zhou dynasty was not harmonious. Zhu Yi's fellow disciple, Yu Hongyan had already arrived at the Snowgale country, now the Great Zhou dynasty's Snowgale County. Much to everyone's surprise, the Great Zhou dynasty showed no signs of backing down in Snowgale County. Liang Jingcheng, the Great Zhou dynasty's Dark Cloud King, headed for Snowgale County with a Mahayana grade warship. After the war, the Divine Land of Peace was once again in the Divine Land. Zhu Yi's arrival in Tianjin City made the atmosphere even more tense. Although the situation in Snowgale County was on the verge of exploding, Tianjin City was still temporarily peaceful. Zhu Yi relied on his manor outside Tianjin City and transformed it into an academy. This academy changed the model of Mirror Lake Academy and became the first stop of Mirror Lake Academy's promotion. The Great Zhou dynasty remained silent and did not stop this move. However, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. As expected, Zhu Yi's fellow disciple, Shi Tianhao, returned from Infinite Wilderness Continent and set foot on the Great Zhou dynasty's territory with the Great Qin dynasty's new emperor Shi Zongtang and some Great Qin cultivators. During the war between the two worlds, Liang Pan had used the Grand Imperial Palace to forcefully seize the Great Qin dynasty's dragon vein energy. The Great Qin dynasty had never forgotten this. If they had only directed the dragon vein energy to White Cloud Mountain, the Great Qin dynasty could only swallow this grievance. However, when White Cloud Mountain was destroyed and the power rebounded, the Great Zhou dynasty directed most of the power to the Great Qin dynasty's West Hill City. This was something that the Great Qin dynasty could not accept. If no one had come to help, West Hill City would have been in ruins. Shi Zongtang and most of the Great Qin dynasty's higher-ups would have died. After this battle, the Great Qin dynasty finally chose to completely side with Xianmen Tianzong. Now that the war between the two worlds had ended, the Great Qin dynasty's new emperor, Shi Zongtang, immediately went to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Qin dynasty's power had fallen to the bottom and naturally could not settle the score with the Great Zhou dynasty alone. However, with Xianmen Tianzong's support, the situation was completely different. Immediately after, Zhu Yi spoke at the academy outside Tianjin City, criticizing Zhu Hongwu's Confucianism. Wave after wave of criticism swept towards the Great Zhou dynasty. As the Great Zhou dynasty's grand tutor, Zhu Hongwu was also a great Confucian scholar and a leading figure. Being criticized by Zhu Yi was a huge blow to his prestige. For other cultivators, this was something unimportant. However, for Zhu Hongwu, it was something that he had to pay attention to. When Shi Tianhao, Shi Zongtang, and the others arrived outside Tianjin City on Kunlun Mountain Range's Jade Capital Mountain, Lin Feng finally spoke. Although he did not leave the mountain, Lin Feng's voice resounded through the world. During the war between the two worlds, the people of the Divine Land should have worked together to resist the invasion of the demon race. However, the Great Zhou dynasty secretly schemed against West Hill City and wanted to kill the Great Qin dynasty. This is a matter of pain to our loved ones and joy to our enemies. It is the shame of the Divine Land. The Great Zhou dynasty completely denied this and accused Xianmen Tianzong of bullying the weak and wanting to punish them. Unfortunately, most of the other forces in the human cultivation world in the vast land of the Divine Prefecture supported the heavenly sects of Xianmen and the Great Qin dynasty. A few forces also remained silent, as if the matter had nothing to do with them, and were quietly watching from the sidelines. Even the Songhai Sword Sect, which was nominally under the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty and the rogue cultivators on the East Sea, did not have the slightest intention to support the Great Zhou dynasty. Taishu Temple and Mount Shu Sword Sect sealed their mountains. The entire Divine Land and the Great Zhou dynasty seemed to have fallen into a situation where the entire world seemed to be their enemy. When the Great Zhou dynasty was expanding, its methods were cruel and ruthless. When it annexed the surrounding small countries, it often carried out massacres when it encountered strong resistance. At this time, it was settled once again. After Lin Feng spoke, Yu Hongyan first launched an attack on the homeland of Snowgale Country, expelling the cultivators and administrative officials of the Great Zhou dynasty who were guarding there. The Great Zhou dynasty's Yu Yun King, Liang Jingcheng, and the Mahayana level magical treasure, the border opening ship, were suppressed by the miraculous Shaluo tree at the foot of Mist Mountain. The situation became tense in an instant. In the sky above Tianjin City, a majestic and domineering palace floated. Purple gold light dragons gathered from all directions towards the huge palace that seemed to be the ruler of the immortal emperor. The chi of dragon veins of the vast territory of the great Zhou dynasty continuously shrouded Tianjin City. That was the creation magical treasure, the Grand Imperial Palace. The Grand Imperial Palace, which had finally recovered from its damage and regained its former great power and prestige, now looked even more like a monarch descending upon the world with the support of the chi of dragon veins of the divine land. In Tianjin City, pillars of light also lit up, forming a huge spirit design that enveloped the entire city. There were small spirit designs operating on the city walls, towers, and other buildings in the city. Together, they supported the protective spirit design of the entire Tianjin City, forming a seamless whole. The combination of the Grand Imperial Palace and the Tianjin City Great Formation attracted the chi of dragon veins. If they fought here, even Zhu Yi, who had the Permitha Bridge with him, would not be able to match them. Although Shi Tianhao had also arrived here, he saw waves of Dharma power shooting into the sky from Tianjin City, forming another formation. As the formation operated, the violent and vast power further strengthened the power of the Grand Imperial Palace and Tianjin City, making it even more terrifying. Whether it was Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, or Shi Zongtang, they were all familiar with this second formation. That was the divine, martial, immortal execution formation laid by the Great Zhou dynasty's divine martial army. Although the Great Lane Temple was completely destroyed in the battle to exterminate Buddhism, the Great Zhou dynasty's divine martial army also suffered heavy losses. These years, the Great Zhou dynasty's Emperor Liang Pan, the ruler, and the ministers had been working hard to restore the divine martial army. At this moment, it seemed to be very effective. However, whether it was Zhu Yi or Shi Tianhao, their expressions were indifferent. There was no sign of difficulty on their faces. As for the Great Zhou dynasty's ministers in Tianjin City, they did not look proud at all. Instead, their expressions were extremely solemn. In the void above Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, a formation that seemed to be even larger and more complicated than the Tianjin City's protective formation was operating silently. Boundless light spread out like an independent world. It isolated the divine prefecture from the world and enveloped Tianjin City, confronting the Grand Imperial Palace and Tianjin City. Streams of light outlined the formation patterns. As the formation operated, one could vaguely see the alternation of black and white. It seemed to contain heaven and earth, life and death, yin and yang, light and darkness, instant and eternity, reality and illusion, and all kinds of powerful concepts. It kept evolving like the creation of heaven and earth. In the huge formation, 12 light balls floated and floated, surrounding a large green and black cauldron. The vast world of the divine land. Thousands of scenes, mountains, rivers, and geography seemed to be found on this large bronze cauldron. It was perfectly displayed without any mistakes. Although this four-legged square cauldron was suspended in the void, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if the weight of the entire divine land and the vast thousand worlds was suppressing it. It was the magic treasure of creation, Ding of Shenzhou, And the huge formation that Ding of Shenzhou was suppressing the formation I was the mountain gate formation of Xianmen, Tianzong, the Yin and Yang life and death formation. Although Lin Feng was still on Yujing Mountain, he asked Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao to bring Ding of Shenzhou and the Yin and Yang life and death formation to West Hill City. Following them, Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao's junior brother, Li Yuanfang, also returned to the vast thousand worlds from their villas and came to Tianjin City, looking at the Yin and Yang life and death formation, which was not restricted by the geographical location. Everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty felt a little depressed and helpless. However, at this moment, in the northern part of the Great Zhou dynasty, a figure slowly walked out of the domain passage that was connected to a medium-class world. This person was dressed in brocade and wore a purple gold crown on his head. His temples were slightly white, and his hands were as white as jade, spotless. As he breathed, it was as if a universe was born and destroyed in his body. There were already cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty waiting there. When they saw this middle-aged man, they quickly bowed and said, "Welcome back, Grand Tutor." Chapter 1272. The man that walked out of the dimension was naturally the Great Zhou dynasty's Grand Tutor, the Marquis of Xuanji, Zhu Hanguo. Looking at Zhu Hanguo, the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators waiting for him outside couldn't help but feel slightly dazed. The Zhu Hanguo in front of them walked in the air, neither fast nor slow, as if he was walking on flat ground. But there was no sign of any Fa Li aura around him, nor was there the usual vast blazing blood energy of a martial arts expert. His primordial spirit did not transform into a human form, but rather completely fused his primordial spirit with his body. Right now, what was standing in the air was a body of flesh and blood. But this body of flesh and blood, right now, did not have any Fa Li or spiritual energy supporting it. It just simply stood in the air. At first glance, it didn't seem to be anything special, but if you thought about it carefully, you would feel how terrifying it was. And this body that did not seem to emit any power from the outside made the hearts of all the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators palpitate, following Zhu Hongwu's even and slow breathing. Every time he inhaled and exhaled, it was as if a small universe was being created and destroyed in that body. The Zhu Hanguo in front of them had a dignified expression. His eyebrows were straight and his temples were slightly white, but he did not seem old at all. He looked at the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators in front of him and nodded his head, then asked, "Has Xianmen Tianzong begun to act?" The Great Zhou dynasty cultivator hurriedly replied, "Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and Li Yuanfang disciples of the master of Xianmen have come to Tianjin City together with the Qin dynasty's Shi Zongtang. They also have Xianmen Tianzong's creation magic treasure Ding of Shenzhou and the Yin and Yang life and death formation accompanying them." When the Yin and Yang life and death formation was mentioned, the Great Zhou dynasty cultivators all ground their teeth. In addition to Mount Yujing, the mountain gate of Xianmen Heavenly Sect, which could move freely and break through the void. Even the mountain guarding formation, the Yin and Yang life and death formation could move. How could it be called a mountain guarding formation? What kind of mountain guarding is this? A mountain attacking formation is more like it. Zhu Hanguo did not have any likes or dislikes towards the Yin and Yang life and death formation. But hearing that Ding of Shenzhou had also come to Tianjin City, his gaze couldn't help but become slightly serious. Ding of Shenzhou? Unfortunately, the Great Zhou dynasty cultivator continued. In addition, Yu Hongyan, a disciple of the Mystic Gate Master, has taken over Snowwind County and killed our officials and cultivators. His Royal Highness, the Dark Cloud King, and the Mahayana Grade Magical Treasure Frontier Warship are being suppressed by Xianmen Tianzong's Mahayana Grade Magical Treasure, the Sala Wonder Tree. Hearing this, Zhu Hongwu's face was not surprised. The tacit understanding between the Great Zhou dynasty and Taishu Temple made it so that when they faced Xianmen Tianzong, they could not take a step back. Otherwise, not to mention what would happen to Xianmen Tianzong, they would even offend Taishu Temple. When Liang Pan and the Grand Imperial Palace used the Qi of the Dragon Vein to assist the White Cloud Mountain, they seized a part of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and filled the sky with Taishu mystic light. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Offending both Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple at the same time was almost equivalent to cutting themselves off from the divine land. Unless the Great Zhou dynasty completely abandoned Taishu Temple and completely submitted to Xianmen Tianzong. But the conflict between the two sides had long been difficult to reconcile, especially Zhu Hongwu and Zhu Yi, the father and son pair, who were related by blood. Zhu Hongwu crushed a voice transmission crystal, and Emperor Liang Pan's voice came from the other side. Hongwu, congratulations on finally coming out of seclusion. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, Zhu Hongwu replied. Before he could continue asking, Liang Pan immediately said, although there is progress in Yinghai, it is not ready yet. But this time, we need to prepare for the worst. Zhu Hongwu said, don't worry, Your Majesty. A moment of ups and downs is nothing. Looking at history, there are many people who finally soar and reach the peak. Although we are going through a calamity, the Great Zhou dynasty is fated. There is no need to worry about a moment of success or failure. While this was true, it would naturally be best if they could sing triumphant songs all the way. However, the Great Zhou Emperor Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were both strong-willed people. Although the Great Zhou dynasty was in danger, their hearts were still calm and steady. If one had to say that there was something that made them feel complicated and unhappy, it was not the celestial sect of wonders that was pressing down on them. Although Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao came with a fierce momentum, and Yu Hanyan even took a city in Snowgale, Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu did not feel much pressure. If the master of the Taoist Xianmen, Lin Feng, personally came to Tianjing City, then the outcome of this battle was already decided before it even started. But now, although Lin Feng let Zhu Yi and the others bring the yin-yang life and death formation and Ding of Shenzhou with them, he still stayed on Yujing Mountain and did not even send a clone over. This greatly reduced the pressure of the Great Zhou dynasty, but at the same time, they felt complicated and difficult to understand. Even now, the Great Zhou dynasty was still an important force in the divine land. It could even be said that today, when the Mount Shu sword sect, the underworld hall, and the Great Qin dynasty were all heavily injured, and the ancient world was in the ascendant, the Great Zhou dynasty was almost the strongest force in the human cultivation world, apart from Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple. Emperor Zhou, Liang Pan, was still one of the few heavyweights in the divine land. But it was such a great Zhou, such a Liang Pan, that could not really compete with Lin Feng at the moment. Lin Feng did not take a step out of Yujing Mountain, but Xianmen Tianzong had already made the Great Zhou dynasty feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Once upon a time, in the eyes of the Great Zhou dynasty, Xianmen Tianzong was just a rising force that needed to be paid some attention. When the Kunping's hidden treasure opened in the Arctic Ice Sea, the Great Zhou dynasty only had the cloud-riding immortal Li Yao, who was at the primordial spirit incarnation realm. When it came to the Battle of Yingxi, although the Great Zhou dynasty suffered a great loss and did not obtain the two immortal mountains of Penglai and Yingzhou, and even lost the Fangzhang immortal mountain that they had obtained, they could still compete with the Xianmen heavenly sect at that time. Both sides relied on their own methods and schemes. But now, such an earth-shattering change, even Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu, who had always been strong-willed, felt a little complicated at this moment. The master of the Xianmen Gate will eventually regret that he was too careless today. Zhu Hongwu's gaze was calm and focused. Slowly, he said, "The battle now is like a battlefield. The enemy does not use his full strength, but we do not need to be restrained. We will first give the enemy a head-on blow and break their spirit. Your Majesty, since the two sides have finally completely broken off, then I will not hold back this time." Liang Pan said, "Just do what you want to do." But your son and Shi Tianhao came with the Yin-Yang Life and Death Formation and Ding of Shenzhou. I cannot keep them all in Tianjin City. They have the ability to split their forces to find you, Han Guo. It is very likely that it is your son." Zhu Hongwu answered, "I will first go to Snow Wind County and attack what they must save. That unfilial son will naturally have to split up with his fellow disciples. I will wait for him in Snow Wind County and then clean up the sect. But after that, I will definitely force Lin Feng out of the mountain. I will return to Tianjin City in time to help your Majesty take over Ding of Shenzhou." "It doesn't matter," Liang Pan said, silently. "Just be careful and try to delay for as long as possible. When Hai is ready, they will inform you. That will be the time to show our thunderous methods. The war between the two worlds has just ended. Although the demon race was defeated, they are also watching the situation in the Divine Land. Taishu Temple has sealed its mountain, and the Xianmen sect master has to worry about Tianhuang vast land. This is our chance." Zhu Hongwu said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." After ending the communication, Zhu Hongwu said to the cultivators of the great Zhou dynasty beside him, "Do your job well." With that, he took a step forward and broke open the void. He had already disappeared from the spot. Outside Tianjin City, Li Yuanfang sat silently in the Yin-Yang Life and Death Formation. Slowly, the giant formation was operating. Although it erupted with a powerful force, it was like Mount Tai pressing down on them. No one in Tianjin City dared to take it lightly. Outside the formation, Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao, as well as Shi Zongtang, and the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty stood together. Silently, they looked at Tianjin City in the distance. Zhu Yi had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and indifferent. He looked in the direction of Tianjin City, but if one looked closely, one would realize that his eyes did not seem to be focused. In his eyes, one could vaguely see the word "E" appear. There were also rays of light flowing continuously. A mysterious power concept emerged from it, as if there were countless things being calculated. Suddenly, Zhu Yi's eyes moved slightly. Then, he cut the tip of one of his fingers. Specks of light flowed out as if it was bleeding. The light was wrapped by Zhu Yi's dermic powers. As it vibrated, it gradually turned into dark red real blood. These blood traces burned in the void, and then turned into streams of light that shot into the distance. The word "E" in Zhu Yi's eyes flashed. His gaze seemed to solidify and chase after the stream of light passing through endless time and space. "My father came out of seclusion, but he went to find trouble with fourth junior sister. However, he most likely wants to surround us and attack our reinforcements. At the same time, he wants to force us to split up. His target is still me." Seeing Shi Tianhao and Shi Zongtang look over, Zhu Yi said silently, "Little junior brother, I'll leave this place to you and sixth junior brother." Shi Tianhao smiled. "I wish second senior brother success." As he said that, a shadow flashed above his head. Although it was a little dilapidated, it seemed to be bigger and more majestic than Tianjin City. Li Yuanfang, who was in the Yin-Yang Life and Death Formation, changed his hand seals. The power of the Yin-Yang Life and Death Formation immediately spread out and pressed down on Tianjin City. The Grand Imperial Palace in the sky above Tianjin City emitted an astonishing brilliance and aura of power. Tianjin City's protective formation attracted the qi of the dragon veins of the whole country, and its power increased further. Liang Pan activated the Grand Imperial Palace and occupied the home ground of Tianjin City. Although its power was astonishing, if Zhu Yi wanted to leave, he would not be able to stop Shi Tianhao and Li Yuanfang from the side. Zhu Yi's finger lightly touched the space between his eyebrows, and the Two Realms Void technique was activated. His body disappeared from the spot and was replaced by his Hao Yang clone. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Yi's original body had already arrived beside you, Hong Yan. Silently, he raised his head and looked at the void in the sky. Almost the moment after Zhu Yi arrived, a crack appeared in the void between the Great Zhou Dynasty's Snow Wind County. An ordinary-looking but demon-like middle-aged man stepped out from it. It was Zhu Hongwu. The father and son's gazes met at the first moment. Their seemingly tangible gazes stirred up the surrounding space and seemed to distort slightly. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu calmly. "Father, you've finally come out of seclusion." Chapter 1273. Zhu Hongwu stood in the air, with his hands behind his back. His body was as straight as a pillar that supported the heavens. He stared at Zhu Yi and said silently, "You are also a citizen of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and you carry the title of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Yet today, you conspired with the rebels to destroy the Great Zhou Dynasty. History is like iron. Everything you have done will be clearly recorded. Easy, you disobeyed the rules and committed treason. Do you deserve to be called a Z? Do you deserve to be called a saint?" His tone was calm, but his voice was like thunder that resounded between the heavens and the earth, reverberating in the divine land. Zhu Yi's expression did not change at all when he heard this. He said slowly, "Rebel, disobey, destroy the Great Zhou Dynasty? I have no such thoughts. It is just that the Great Zhou Dynasty has been walking too far in the past few years. Now we need to set things right. The Great Zhou Dynasty has been militarizing these years. Not only have they committed countless bloody massacres, they have also imposed heavy taxes on the conquered countries, causing the people to have no way to live. But what they should not have done the most is to play dirty tricks during the war between the two worlds, between the divine land and the infinite wasteland continent. They harmed the people of the human race and were completely immersed in their own selfishness. Father, you cannot absolve yourself from the blame. The current emperor is also the same." Zhu Yi said slowly. His voice did not sound intense, but it was melodious. It spread between the heavens and the earth, as if it was louder than Zhu Hongwu's voice. "The will of the heavens is the will of the people. The will of the heavens is the will of the people. Today, we will not only restore the Snowgale country. All the countries that were destroyed by the despotic power of the Great Zhou Dynasty, as long as they have a wish, will be restored. Towards the current emperor, I will admonish him as a scholar. If the emperor does not listen, then I will ask the emperor to abdicate. Father, please turn back from the wrong path and repent soon. Otherwise, the hearts of the people will be cleansed of the emperor's side." Zhu Hongwu's expression did not change at all. He snorted, "Unfilial son, you only want me to lower my head to your mother. It is for your own selfishness, but you came here to distort the truth and confuse right and wrong. Do you think you can hide from the eyes and ears of the world? A great traitor appears to be loyal. You are a great traitor." Slowly, Zhu Yi shook his head, inverting black and white, confusing right and wrong. "Father, your words are absurd. Public affairs are public affairs, and private affairs are private affairs. I do have the intention to discuss private affairs with you, and we must discuss it clearly and clearly. However, this does not affect us from discussing public affairs before private affairs and justice first. In the past, when you broke into the capital of Snowgale Country, you sent your troops and horses to massacre the city for 3 days. After that, all the males in Snowgale country above the age of 12 were beheaded. Is this true? After Snowgale country was incorporated into the Great Zhou dynasty, the tax burden was more than double that of the Great Zhou dynasty's provinces and counties. It was only after the Battle of West Hill City that the tax burden was reduced. Am I making this up? Apart from Snowgale country, after the Great Zhou dynasty conquered and annexed the neighboring countries, they sent the people of the old countries to you to secretly recruit and absorb. Do you think that no one knows about this matter? Back then, when the Great Zhou dynasty purged the country of the aristocratic families and sects, there was a sect called Golden Mist Sect. It had also made great contributions to the Great Zhou dynasty. Originally, like the Songhai Sword sect, it would have been let off. However, because Father wanted to repair the Great Wheel of Heavens, you sent people to snatch their sect's treasure. In the end, the whole sect was annihilated. After so many years, Father shouldn't have forgotten about it, right? Or perhaps Father never took it to heart and only felt that it was a matter of course. Zhu Yi's voice was neither fast nor slow, and every word was clear. During the war between the two worlds, Great Sage Bayan, who was on the Union of Stars and Souls, ambushed King Rokyang, Shi Zhongmao of Great Qin. This allowed Dragon King Ning of the Dragon race to escape and rush to heavily injure fellow Daoist Shi Feather of Great Qin. Bayan had no enmity with Great Qin in the past and had no relationship with the Dragon race. So why would he appear there? The medium-sized world, controlled by the Great Zhou dynasty, the ancient world, was sealed many years ago. The explanation to the outside world was that its resources had been exhausted and it was hard to revive. The medium-sized world itself was too ancient and was about to reach its end. This explanation was normal and there was no problem with it. However, after the incident with Great Sage Bayan, it couldn't help but raise suspicions. Just as Zhu Hongwu was about to speak, Zhu Yi took a look at him. Not to mention that you guys tried to make use of Yuda's attack on White Cloud Mountain to destroy the capital of the Great Qin Empire, West Tomb City. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Father's question just now, I'll return it to you. Inverting black and white and confusing right and wrong. Do you think you can hide it from the eyes and ears of the world? Right behind Zhu Yi, light and shadow illusions suddenly appeared. And in every light and shadow illusion, there was a figure. Among them was the new emperor of Great Qin, Shi Zhongtam. Slowly, he said, Zhu Hongwu, there's no need to mention the grudge between my Great Qin and your Great Zhou. If there's a chance to wipe out your Great Zhou, my Great Qin will also not let it go. However, there's only one exception, and that is during the war between the two worlds. Your Great Zhou wants my Great Qin to perish in the war between the two worlds. There must be an explanation for this. In another illusion, the figure of the northern militant Great Chanyu appeared. His voice was like rolling thunder. Those who obey will prosper, and those who resist will perish. It's the law of the jungle. There's nothing wrong with that. Even if you borrow the hands of the demon race to accomplish things during normal times, it's just a personal dispute. There's nothing to criticize. However, to stab a fellow human in the back during the war between the two worlds is absolutely intolerable. Slowly, the sect master of Purple Cloud Dao sect, Dao Master Thundercloud, said, the Great Zhou dynasty has been going against the grain all these years. It's indeed time to set things right. These light and shadow illusions also lit up in the void outside of Tianjing City. They appeared in the sky above the Great Zhou dynasty, and the voices of Shi Zhongtam and the others echoed continuously. What shocked and angered the entire Great Zhou dynasty was that other than Shi Zhongtam, the northern militant Great Chanyu, and Dao Master Thundercloud, there were also a few light and shadow figures. Among them was Tao Master Luofu, the leader of the itinerant cultivators of the East Sea, and Tao Master Thundercloud, the sect master of the Hell Tao, Dark Lord, who was gradually reuniting the voice of the reincarnation sect. There was also another person. It was the sect master of the Tsanghai sword sect, Sword Master Tsanghai, who had been in seclusion for a long time and had finally come out recently. This great sword cultivator, who had successfully returned to the void and Tao fusing stage, led the Tsanghai sword sect and had always been attached to the great Zhou dynasty. However, at this moment, he said to Emperor Liang Pan in Tianjin City in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please get rid of the traitors around you, set things right, and return peace to the great Zhou dynasty." For a moment, the entire great Zhou dynasty was shocked. In the divine land, except for the Taishu temple, all the human cultivator forces that had come into contact with the great Zhou dynasty were now in the same camp. Under the leadership of Xianmen Tianzong, they were all holding the great Zhou dynasty accountable. At this moment, a dignified voice came from the grand imperial palace in the sky above Tianjin City. "Traitors? Who are the traitors? All I can see are the traitors and the enemies who have invaded the great Zhou dynasty." The person who spoke was naturally Emperor Liang Pan in the grand imperial palace. He was wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe and a flat crown. The Grand Tutor is loyal to the great Zhou dynasty. On the contrary, some people don't want to get rid of the emperor, but to kill the emperor, usurp the country, and support a puppet. In the sky above the snowy land, Zhu Hongwu's expression did not change at all. He only raised his eyebrows and looked at the illusions of light and said calmly, "All of you are cowards who curry favor with those in power. Do you think that you can be so presumptuous now that someone is backing you up? If you really have the ability, come down personally. I won't use the great heaven wheel. I will fight all of you alone. Do you have the guts to fight?" Not waiting for Shi Zongtang and the others to reply, Zhu Yi laughed lightly in front of him. "Father, you must be joking. Back then, I once said that after my primordial spirit, no matter what level you are at, I will go find you. I never thought that in these years I would return to Tianjin City once every year to visit you at the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. The result is that every year you are in seclusion, and I can only return disappointed. Until today, when you finally come out of seclusion." Zhu Yi's gaze examined Zhu Hongwu, "And you have indeed succeeded in fusing with the void. Wearing a purple robe and a white robe, Zhu Yi stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at Zhu Hongwu and said slowly, "I should be the one asking you. Now that you are at the fusing with the void, you finally have enough confidence to come out of seclusion and no longer hide." Hearing this, Zhu Hongwu's gaze landed on Zhu Yi's face. It was as if it was solid and made one's heart ache. He couldn't help but laugh. "Unfilial son, even today you still don't understand? From the beginning to the end, the one I fear is that master of yours, the master of the Xian Gate, Lin Feng. As for you and that remnant of the Snow Wind sect beside you, if I want to kill you, it has always been easy." As he spoke, Zhu Hongwu's body suddenly moved. His movement did not carry the slightest trace of smoke or fire. It was not like the usual fierce and violent charge of martial cultivators, but his speed was so fast that it completely surpassed the limits of time and space. His body disappeared from where he was, arriving in front of Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan without any warning, as if he had always been standing very close to Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. But he then struck out with both palms, grabbing towards Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. The momentum was extremely violent, as if the sky was collapsing. Zhu Hongwu's hands were still as white as jade, flashing with a magical luster. In the center of his palms, there seemed to be a wheel of light rotating continuously. There seemed to be countless figures sitting on this wheel of light, but they were Buddhas and gods. The sky full of gods and Buddhas seemed to be sitting on the wheel of light, rotating together with the wheel of light, as if the heavens were rotating. His movements could be seen by Shi Zongtong, and the others in the illusion of light and shadow. Everyone's gazes became solemn. With their cultivation, it was difficult for them to capture Zhu Hongwu's movements. Zhu Hongwu's casual grab made it difficult for Tao Integration Realm cultivators to deal with it. The Bei Rong First Chanyu was also a martial cultivator. The primordial soul realm fused the primordial soul incarnation with the physical body. The void return realm dharma body also fused with the physical body. When it came to the void return realm and Tao integration realm, the Tao fruit would also be fused with the physical body. However, when he looked at Zhu Hongwu from afar, he could feel the terrifying power in Zhu Hongwu's body without Zhu Hongwu making a move. As Zhu Hongwu inhaled and exhaled, it seemed as if a universe was born and destroyed in his body. The Bei Rong First Chanyu could also achieve such might, but he needed to use ancient power to erupt. It was impossible for him, who was at the Tao integration realm, to achieve such a feat. What made the Bei Rong First Chanyu's heart even heavier was that Zhu Hongwu, who was rushing towards Zhu Yi, and Yu Hongyan, did not seem to have used his full strength. In the face of Zhu Hongwu, who brazenly rushed in front of him, Zhu Yi's expression did not change at all. He paused slightly, and streams of air surged out of his body. Lord Father, the person who cannot see the truth is you. Chapter 1274. Zhu Hongwu specialized in martial arts. His martial will was pure and condensed, and the power of his flesh and blood was incomparably powerful. It had even undergone a qualitative change. Generally speaking, martial arts experts at the primordial spirit incarnation stage had yang energy to the extreme. They were like the blazing sun in the sky. When others approached them, it was like approaching the sun. Martial arts adepts at the spirit refinement stage gradually showed signs of returning to the natural state. The fluctuations of their blood and blood were no longer as hot, but they were more powerful. The acupoints all over their bodies were condensed, and as they vibrated, it was like the stars in the universe were flashing. Outside the body was the great thousand worlds, and inside the body was another world. The starry sky inside and outside the body were intertwined, and after returning to the void and merging with the path, the physical strength of martial arts adepts rose to another level. When the power of their blood and blood exploded, it was like the universe in the body was destroyed, and then chaos reappeared. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu did not need to exert force. Just by breathing, the universe in his body seemed to experience life and death. It was truly terrifying, and when he actively released his power now, the universe in his body remained constant, but the world outside the body was shaken until the void was shattered, as if it was on the verge of destruction. Apart from power, Zhu Hongwu's speed was also extremely fast. In a short distance, he shrank the earth to inches and turned the horizon into a mere foot. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. He was a martial arts adept. Once he got close, his lethality would increase exponentially. But Zhu Yi seemed to ignore this. Streams of air surged from his body, and then they intertwined, transforming into a huge qilin. The qilin let out a long roar. It did not contain anger or killing intent, but it was awe-inspiring and intimidating. And above the qilin's head, a wheel of light also appeared. The wheel of light rotated, and between heaven and earth, rays of light faintly appeared and gathered towards the wheel of light. The rotating wheel of light also seemed to revolve at the same time as the myriad worlds. Zhu Yi said indifferently, The wheel of heavens revolves the myriad principles of heaven and earth, not the so-called thoughts of gods and Buddhas. Seeing one's heart and understanding one's nature, everyone can become Buddhas. Understanding the principles, everyone can become gods. The wheel of light merged with the Qilin. Immediately, the Qilin's body emitted an extremely majestic power that covered the heavens and suppressed the myriad worlds. This was the combined power of Zhu Yi's heavenly unicorn technique and the ancient heavenly gate's supreme divine ability, the wheel of heavens. As the Qilin roared, it stood in front of Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. Its hind hooves were in the air, and its two front hooves were off the ground, stomping down on Zhu Hongwu. It was as if the heavens were overturned, and it smashed towards the ground. Your heavenly treasure wheel was obtained through Xiao Dongtian, but it is more complete than his. Zhu Hongwu's eyes flashed. He didn't seem to be too surprised. One of his palms changed from grabbing down to lifting up, and a majestic power spread out. His seemingly small palm suddenly seemed to have the power to cover the sky, and he single-handedly held up the Qilin's two hooves. Zhu Hongwu's other hand formed the shape of a claw and clawed at the vital points of the Qilin's abdomen. You have obtained the Tsangtian Dao Jian, comprehended the great nine heavens celestial sword, and verified it with other heavenly gate Dao techniques. Recently, you have obtained the remains of the Sky City and obtained the heavenly jade. You have grasped more heavenly gate orthodoxies than Xiao Dongtian. However, don't forget that the great wheel of heavens is in my hands. Apart from the great nine heavens celestial sword and the azure heaven formation, the heavenly gate orthodoxies that I have grasped are the most complete ones. Now, I have long surpassed the heavenly gate orthodoxies. Zhu Hongwu's claw looked extremely crude. It was like the black tiger heart digging technique that ordinary martial artists wouldn't even bother to use when they were skilled in martial arts. However, with this claw, the Qilin formed by Zhu Yi's magic power couldn't dodge, and the vital points of its abdomen were directly penetrated. Then Zhu Hongwu clawed and tore open the Qilin's abdomen. With Zhu Yi's current magic power and the Qilin image, it was as if the sacred beast had truly descended into the mortal world. However, at this moment, Zhu Hongwu was like a world-destroying demon god, killing the sacred beast. Fourth junior sister, go to the Salawaxian first. Zhu Yi's expression didn't change at all. He raised one hand and made a hand seal, pointing at Zhu Hongwu. Streams of magic power surged out and circled around the heaven and earth. Yu Hongyan stared at Zhu Hongwu. There seemed to be flames dancing in her eyes, but her gaze was cold. However, at this moment, although her chest was filled with anger, her mind and sea of consciousness were clear. Instead, she was unprecedentedly calm. She nodded, and in a flash, she quickly moved far away. She moved towards the peak of Mist Mountain, towards the Salawaxian wondrous tree that emitted a dark golden radiance. Zhu Hongwu was expressionless. Trying to leave now? It's too late. After tearing the Qilin apart in a domineering manner, Zhu Hongwu took another step forward and attacked Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan. At Zhu Hongwu's and Zhu Yi's current magic power realm, they could ignore the barriers of space and time most of the time. However, when the opponent's strength was extraordinary, they could cancel each other out and suppress each other, allowing the concept of space and time to reappear. As for Zhu Hongwu, who cultivated martial arts, once he got close to his opponent, his powerful explosive force made his speed even faster than the thoughts of his opponent. Even if his opponent could move according to their will, they wouldn't be able to react in time. However, just as Zhu Hongwu's feet moved, he saw streams of air gushing out from Zhu Yi's body, turning into dragon shadows. As these dragon shadows roared, they revealed a will to continuously improve. Originally, It originated from Zhu Yi's own dragon ascension art. It didn't have any offensive power, but rather it represented the grand will of everyone in the world to strive to improve. However, at this moment, these dragon shadows displayed powerful offensive and destructive power. They surrounded Zhu Hongwu from all directions, and then, like a meteor shower crashing into the ground, they bombarded Zhu Hongwu. Zhu Hongwu's expression changed slightly. Ruthless sovereign's orthodoxy. You got it from Marquis Jing Huan, Liang, and Zhu Yi said unhurriedly. Ruthless sovereign cultivated both magic and martial arts. Liang and practiced martial arts, but he also inherited part of ruthless sovereign's magic power and magic power. Ruthless sovereign is selfish and greedy, and everything he does is self-centered. However, his power of constantly improving has its merits. I'll keep the essence and get rid of the dregs. Please, Lord Father, give me some pointers. Zhu Hongwu raised his eyebrows. It's not worth mentioning. As his body trembled, it was as if he had transformed into thousands of people at this moment. Countless iron fists blasted out, sweeping in all directions like a storm, shattering the dragon shadows that attacked him one by one. However, at this moment, Zhu Hongwu slightly stopped in his tracks. He no longer tried to kill Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan in one fell swoop. Instead, he re-evaluated Zhu Yi in front of him. Shi Zongtang, Bei Rong First Chanyu, and the others who were watching the battle were also moved. Because of the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, people say that Ez is currently the strongest among the direct disciples of the Xian Gate's master. However, it seems that even without the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, his magic power is still shockingly strong. Whether it was the Xian Gate magic power or the ruthless sovereign's magic power, Zhu Yi was at ease and didn't feel sluggish at all. He looked like a direct disciple of the ancient Xian Gate who had traveled through time and came to this world, or a person who had been immersed in the ruthless sovereign's magic power for many years. The true direct disciple of the Xian Gate, the direct disciple of the ruthless sovereign's magic power, might not be as skilled as Zhu Yi in using these magic power and magic power. The cultivation of most magic power and magic power couldn't be achieved in one go, but Zhu Yi could use them at will. That's not the point. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi, but didn't rush to attack again. He had experienced hundreds of battles and had excellent eyesight. Although they had only exchanged 2 moves, he could already see that the problem wasn't as simple as it seemed. The point was that Zhu Yi was still able to react when he was fighting at close range, and cast his magic power to deal with it in time. He didn't feel embarrassed at being fought at close range by a martial arts cultivator at all. When the cultivation realm, magic power, and magic power reached a certain level, and were clearly a certain distance away from the martial arts cultivator, the Dharma cultivator was indeed not afraid of the martial arts cultivator getting close to them. This was because the level was different. Although the martial arts cultivator was fast, they couldn't be faster than the reaction speed of the Dharma cultivator. Moreover, if the difference in magic power was too great, the strong could change space and distance, making it impossible for the weak to get close to them. However, although Zhu Hongwu admitted that Zhu Yi's magic power were far stronger than his current primordial soul incarnation realm, and even stronger than most Tao integration realm powerhouses, and even some first tribulation stage powerhouses, it was not enough to be faster than Zhu Hongwu. Normally, when he got close to Zhu Yi and fought at such a close range, the outcome would be decided before the fight even started. However, the reality was completely the opposite. In close combat, the two of them fought back and forth. Although Zhu Hongwu still had the upper hand, he couldn't gain the upper hand, let alone win. The most unusual thing was that when he got close to Zhu Yi, While fighting calmly, he had no intention of widening the distance again. Zhu Yi just stood there proudly, not taking a step back. He faced Zhu Hongwu, who was close to him, tit for tat, and sparks flew everywhere. Even if Zhu Hongwu slowed down his attack slightly, Zhu Yi had no intention of taking the opportunity to widen the distance. He still stood there calmly and looked at Zhu Hongwu. Prediction, like the Buddhist three-world karma curse? No, my fist theory has integrated the Tao of karma. If he wants to use a technique like the three-world karma curse to predict my movements, he can't do it with his magic power and magic power. It seems like he has seen through my real situation and has the ability to attack first. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi's eyes and saw that in Zhu Yi's pupils he could vaguely see the word "yi" appear. There were also rays of light flowing continuously, and a mysterious power concept emerged from it, as if countless things were being deduced. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu and said indifferently, "Father, show me your true abilities." In the entire history of the human cultivation world, if you want to list the Dharma cultivators who are least afraid of warriors getting close to them, I should be one of the best. Zhu Hongwu said coldly, "Unfilial son, you are the one who is at a disadvantage now." As he said that, he threw a punch at Zhu Yi from afar. The punch looked extremely slow, but it was as heavy as the earth and as vast as the sky, enveloping the surrounding area. The entire world seemed to freeze. Slowly, Zhu Hongwu's punch pushed forward. It was extremely slow, but it was unavoidable. In the void, a wheel of light appeared, spinning constantly. The light wheel was filled with Buddhas chanting together, and there were rays of purple light shining, showing a domineering aura that ruled over the heavens. A violent force pressed down on Zhu Yi. He wanted to force Zhu Yi to fight head-on. Zhu Hongwu said silently, "Unfilial son, let me see how much you have learned under your master." Chapter 1275. Zhu Hongwu punched out, his powerful fist intent locking down the surrounding space. The power of his physical body's blood and qi exploded, and the void between him and Zhu Yi exploded. The spatial distance between them instantly lost all meaning. Zhu Yi did not seem to mind. He formed a seal with his hands, and a huge figure of a spirit turtle appeared. It was like a huge island, or perhaps a small floating continent. Golden light suddenly surged on the spirit turtle, and the chanting of the heavens rang out. A hazy figure condensed on the back of the turtle, sitting with its legs crossed. It was the statue of a Vajra of Buddhism. The life of a person was like the morning dew, a bubble. It existed for an extremely short period of time, which was why the Buddha said that life and death were impermanent. There was great fear between life and death. It was to escape from the impermanence of life and death that the eternal and indestructible Vajra was created. Life was like the morning dew, impermanent. Only the Vajra was firm and eternal. Zhu Yi comprehended the true meaning of the Vajra and strengthened the image of the spirit turtle condensed from his myriad manifestation method of repatriation. The spirit turtle that was steady and heavy in the first place suddenly changed. The sorrowful statue of the Vajra vanished, while the spirit turtle went from its original greenish-black color to clear and transparent like glass. However, it radiated a great power that was as tough as the Vajra, and its defense increased further. As for Zhu Yi himself, he extended out of the spirit turtle. Through the glass-like body of the spirit turtle, it was possible to see Zhu Yi clearly. However, Zhu Yi seemed to be in a completely different world from the people in the outside world. He could not be touched, nor could he be contacted. No matter how much the outside world collapsed, he would not be harmed at all. Zhu Hongwu snorted gently. He did not stop punching at all. The moment the glass-like spirit turtle appeared, his fist had already landed on the shell. The shell shook violently. The originally indestructible glass-like Vajra produced an ear-piercing sound at that moment, as if porcelain had shattered. Then, cracks appeared on the surface of the spirit turtle's body. Shi Zongtang and the other spectating cultivators all gasped. Zhu Yi's Vajra spirit tortoise had a defense that was even stronger than the Buddha's statue of Vajra that was manifested by a Pure Land Buddhist. However, it was shattered by a single punch from Zhu Hongwu. In the battle to annihilate Buddhism in the past, this fiend used his essence soul incarnation to kill an eminent monk of the great Thunderclap Monastery, who had cultivated the Rulai Dharmakaya body. It's indeed not a coincidence. Shi Zongtang's expression was calm as he stared at Zhu Hongwu. When Zhu Hongwu saw that the adamantine spirit turtle hadn't completely shattered, he revealed a surprised expression. Its defensive power is even higher than the Pure Land of Buddhism. Monks who cultivate the unmovable Rulai scripture and use the power of the Pure Land to activate the unmovable King Buddha body with all their might are only SOSO. However, you are still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Break for me. His other free hand bombarded the cracks on the adamantine spirit turtle's body with lightning speed, forcibly shattering it and revealing Zhu Yi's body inside. Zhu Hongwu's fist momentum didn't stop. The violent power kept bombarding the adamantine spirit turtle's body, causing it to shatter into smaller and smaller pieces. The terrifying power also spread to Zhu Yi's body. The ferocious momentum wanted to shatter his essence soul as well. Zhu Yi's expression didn't change. He spread his hands out horizontally. A clear phoenix cry rang out, and a dazzling phoenix shadow flew out from his body. Zhu Yi's spread hands formed a seal and suddenly clasped them together in front of his chest. The dazzling phoenix shadow instantly changed. It became half black and half white. Half of its body was pitch black, while the other half was pure white. The phoenix was the ruler of life, but at this moment it was enveloped by the power of life and death. However, life and death were not static. Instead, black and white circulated endlessly. A powerful life and death nirvana force emerged. The phoenix spread its wings and flew high. Wherever it passed, the shattered body of the adamantine spirit turtle reformed, as if it had never been injured. The black and white phoenix disappeared, and the adamantine spirit turtle reappeared, once again blocking Zhu Hongwu's attack. Shi Zongtang, Tao Master Thundercloud, Tao Master Luo Fu, and the others looked at each other. The northern militant First Chanyu let out a long breath. The king of the underworld's orthodoxy, the former lord of the underworld hall, Su Anda, was captured alive by Lin Feng and thrown onto the Xiantian god sealing flag. Apart from a few techniques, the Taoist techniques of the emperor of the underworld's lineage naturally fell into the hands of the Xianmen heavenly sect. Among them, there were also many of Su Anda's own insights and comprehensions. Zhu Yi took the essence of the cycle of life and death and combined it with his Phoenix Nirvana incantation, making his strength reach a new level. The image of the tortoise reappeared and blocked Zhu Hongwu. Zhu Hongwu was about to attack again when he sensed danger in his heart. His strong intuition as a warrior and his attainments in the Karma Tao of Buddhism allowed him to notice immediately that the clouds in the surroundings were moving. Zhu Yi's ascending dragon art, combined with the ruthless emperor's orthodoxy, had turned into many dragon shadows, attacking him from all directions. What made Zhu Hongwu's eyes flicker was that these dragon shadows had eyes as bright as stars. As they flashed, the starry sky above their heads seemed to resonate. Is this the inspiration from the Elysium Seven Planets true technique? Zhu Hongwu's expression didn't change at all. Facing the sky full of dragon shadows, he didn't have any intention of dodging. Above his head, blood and qi rose. light and shadow floated, forming a huge wheel of light. The wheel of light kept spinning, but the center was empty. On the wheel of light, deities were chanting, Buddhas were chanting, and emperors were muttering in low voices. This wheel of light was the manifestation of Zhu Hongwu's martial Tao fist intent. At this moment, the illusory fist intent condensed into a solid form, revealing an extremely strong concept of power. Looking at the wheel of light, Zhu Yi vaguely felt that he was facing a real great wheel of heavens. As the wheel of light spun, it seemed like the world was rotating at the same time. Thousands of gods, Buddhas, and immortal emperors gathered together, controlling the entire world. Zhu Hongwu's martial Tao fist intent was majestic. He didn't need to specially activate it, adding it to his body. It made his body of flesh and blood shine brightly at this moment. He turned a blind eye to the attacks of the many dragon shadows that Zhu Yi had activated. He stood in the void like a terrifying demon god. No matter how many dragons of light attacked, his body didn't even shake. For a moment, the light dragons kept shattering, and Zhu Hongwu's body was like an unshakable reef on the seashore. When the waves hit his body, the waves would shatter and scatter, but the reef was unshakable. Seeing this scene, Shi Zongtang, the northern militant great Chanyu, and the others all had dignified expressions. They now understood why Zhu Hongwu had the confidence to say that he could fight one-on-one. It was only at this moment that Zhu Hongwu finally revealed his true ability. He manifested his martial Tao fist intent and didn't dodge or evade. While resisting Zhu Yi's attack, his own attacks didn't stop at all. He once again shattered the diamond spirit turtle in front of him. Zhu Yi silently looked at Zhu Hongwu. His eyes constantly flashed, and the word "eat" gradually became clear. And in Zhu Yi's vision, the mist that shrouded Zhu Hongwu's body also dissipated, becoming clearer and clearer. He quickly understood. So that's how it is. Father, you combine the power of the Great Lane Temple's Buddhist orthodoxy, the Heavenly Gate orthodoxy, and the Tai Huang orthodoxy into one, and then successfully returned to the void and fused with the Tao. You can be considered a genius. However, the Tai Huang is a ruler, and His Majesty Emperor of Zhou also cultivates the Tai Huang orthodoxy. Under the same dynasty, the two of you actually cultivated the emperor's art at the same time. After Zhu Hongwu shattered the diamond spirit turtle, his body suddenly flashed, and then his hands formed into claws, grabbing the black and white phoenix that had just appeared. He said coldly, "The Tai Shirtian heavens is already the dust of history. Whether it is the Tai Huang imperial palace or its orthodoxy, they are just tools used by our dynasty to help the great Zhou dynasty become powerful. His Majesty of our dynasty is the ruler of this day and age. The ruler is the person, not the Tao." Zhu Yi smiled, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Apart from these three orthodoxies, it seems that you comprehended other powers to be able to return to the void and fuse with the Tao. What is it? You still have the time to care about this? Zhu Hongwu said indifferently. You can be considered to have learned many Tao and divine arts. Your Xianmen Tianzong's orthodoxy is indeed outstanding, being able to carry so many top-notch Tao skills. However, you are a jumble, but you are not proficient. You seem to be skilled, but you have not comprehended the true meaning within. Your so-called fusion with your own divine arts is just a simple grafting and piecing together like a pile of hodgepodge. Let me teach you what it means to integrate and master. Zhu Hongwu exerted force with his hands, directly tearing the black and white phoenix apart. Then, the spinning wheel of light above his head suddenly stopped. The wheel of light stopped spinning, and the figures of the gods, Buddhas, and celestial kings on it gradually disappeared. However, the chanting of the great Tao became even louder. The surrounding void was completely enveloped by Zhu Hongwu's fist, will. Even with Zhu Yi's current cultivation base, he felt lonely. Looking around, the entire world saw him as an enemy, and the entire world saw him as an enemy. The wheel of light stopped, and Zhu Hongwu moved with unprecedented ferocity. A simple and unadorned fist attacked Zhu Yi, but it revealed a destructive power. The fist of the gods and Buddhas. Zhu Hongwu's fist seemed to stop the heavens, and the gods and Buddhas were destroyed together. He ruled over the world, the fate of all living beings, and the direction of the great Tao of creation. Everything was in his hands, and he could decide it with a single punch. Simple piecing together, of course, can't be considered mastery, but combining 3 Tao into one is also nothing. Zhu Yi said softly. Then his body turned, and he shed his human form, revealing the true form of the Wenhua Tai Chi diagram. Above the Tai Chi diagram, the concepts of brightness and obscurity fused together, forming a giant character. It was easy to understand, but also inexplicably difficult to understand. A qilin with a wheel of light above, its head suddenly appeared above Zhu Hongwu. It was majestic, and a powerful aura crushed down on Zhu Hongwu. Before it could even get close, it was shaken by Zhu Hongwu's fist will, and it looked like it was about to shatter. But at the same time, the phantoms of dragons, the Vajra spirit turtle, and the black and white phoenix appeared, surrounding Zhu Hongwu. The 4 spirits cried out in unison, and the qilin that was on the verge of shattering stabilized. As for Zhu Hongwu, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 1276. Zhu Yi took on the appearance of the Wenhua Taiji diagram and manifested his primordial spirit incarnation. The aura of his dermic powers became even more vast, grand, and profound. The Yi-Dao talisman on the Taiji diagram kept flashing. Zhu Hongwu was no longer a secret in front of Zhu Yi. The Tao of cause and effect clarifies the principles of all things. The heavenly Tao carries the will of all Taos in the world. The two are combined and then integrated into the domineering concept of the Taiji scripture to determine the fate of all beings in the world. Zhu Yi quickly understood Zhu Hongwu's martial arts concept and his path to void return and Tao integration. Zhu Yi's voice came from the Wenhua Taiji diagram. The idea is not bad, but as I said, the heavenly Tao studies the heavens, and the great Tao leads to the heavens. It has no intention of worshiping gods or Buddhas, and it has no intention of letting others control their fate. The Buddhist Dharma also aims to cultivate oneself, to understand one's Buddha nature, and to see Buddha. Everyone can become a Buddha. That's why the Buddha didn't leave his golden statue for later generations to worship. The Taiji orthodoxy is domineering, wanting to control everything. You want to use the Taiji orthodoxy to coordinate the Buddhist orthodoxy and the heavenly Tao orthodoxy so that it can be integrated with your own martial arts fist intent. The idea is good, but it's a pity that the Taiji scripture can't surpass the heavenly Tao and the Buddhist Dharma of the Tempest Temple. Zhu Yi said casually, "Your attempt is successful, but it doesn't mean it's perfect. Father said you want to teach me? It's a pity that you're not knowledgeable enough and don't understand the principles behind it. There's an ancient saying that there's no seniority in learning. Those who have reached first. Let me give you some pointers." As the Wenhua Taiji diagram spun, the images of the 4 spirits fused together, forming a huge ring that trapped Zhu Hongwu. A powerful suppressive force descended. It was much stronger than the heavenly unicorn technique just now. What shocked everyone even more was that around the ring there were light figures floating. A golden Buddha sat in the north. A blurry figure that was half black and half white sat in the south. A dignified and domineering emperor sat in the east, and a Taoist dressed in Taoist robes, who seemed to be one with the heavens, sat in the west. The four silhouettes sank into the halo at the same time. As the halo expanded, it seemed to clarify the principles and laws of the operation of all things in the world. It was endlessly profound and possessed boundless power. This was the four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation, formed by Zhu Yi's fusion of the power of the four spirits. The current four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation was much stronger than before. The halo trapped Zhu Hongwu in the middle, and then it kept shrinking, isolating the surrounding space and trapping Zhu Hongwu within. Zhu Hongwu raised his eyebrows. His violent punches did not stop, shaking the entire halo as if he was going to shatter it. However, at that moment, bright rays of light and black lines rushed out from the Wenhua Taiji painting formed by Zhu Yi's essence soul. They landed on the two ends of the halo and continued to weave. At this moment, Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation fused with his light and darkness mandala all heavens formation, forming an extremely powerful barrier that sealed Zhu Hongwu. Looking at the shocking scene in front of them, all the spectators were inexplicably shocked. Tao Lord Luofu frowned slightly. Great Zhou's Marquis Xuanji, Zhu Hongwu has only just reached void returning in unification, but he is incredibly powerful, not to mention human cultivators who are at the beginning of their tribulations. Even some demons who have not experienced many tribulations would not be a match for him even if they revealed their true form. This Easy's magic power is really shocking. Without the Permitha bridge, he can seal Zhu Hongwu with his primordial divinity incarnation realm. Sword Venerable Vast Sea's expression was extremely solemn. It's rumored that his junior brother, Wang Lin, the High Venerable of the Supreme Tao, didn't have a creation treasure with him, but he killed the great sage Zhu Jian, a great demon in the initial tribulation stage. The rumors are indeed true. Shi Zongtang's eyes flickered. Zhu Hongwu doesn't seem to have used his full strength. The outcome is still unknown. While he was thinking, the altar that sealed Zhu Hongwu began to shake violently, as if it could break at any time. In the altar, Zhu Hongwu's eyes were cold. His fist, which could melt all gods and Buddhas and control all qi, violently bombarded the barrier altar. Cracks instantly appeared on the spirit formation altar. Zhu Hongwu coldly looked at Zhu Yi. A moment of carelessness. And I actually fell into your trap. But you unfilial son, do you really think that you can seal me with such insignificant methods? That's the biggest joke in the world. At this moment, the Wenhua Tai Chi diagram turned in the void and turned back into Zhu Yi's appearance. Zhu Yi flew in the air and came to the barrier altar. He sat down cross-legged on the top of the altar. Silently, the Yidao talisman was still spinning in his eyes. Zhu Yi said slowly, "You have a plan and reserved your strength. It seems that you want to slowly delay me. You are preparing something, right? Unfortunately, everything has been seen through by me. If you had used your full strength, I naturally wouldn't have been able to seal you. Unfortunately, you may not have the chance to use your full strength now. You may not have the chance to prepare the things you need to prepare." As Zhu Yi spoke, he used his finger as a pen and wrote in the void. Light and darkness mixed together, forming a beautiful text in the air. It was the text of the saints that he had studied in the past, the one that caused 100 saints to cry out. The text of the saints was written paragraph by Zhu Yi. Then it landed on the altar that sealed Zhu Hongwu below, forming another layer of seal, one layer after another, not allowing Zhu Hongwu to escape. Zhu Hongwu shouted, "Unfilial son, how dare you?" As he punched, his eyes suddenly lit up. All the acupoints in his body were vibrating. This vibration formed a strange rhythm, ancient and mysterious. Along with this rhythm, light flashed in the air and actually formed words. These words were extremely strange. They were different from any words that existed in this world. Since the beginning of human history, there had never been such words. Even the various talismans used by the tens of thousands of demons were different from the words in front of Zhu Hongwu, but these words contained a unique aura. Zhu Yi immediately noticed the changes in the altar. He lowered his head to look at the words, the talisman of change, in his eyes shining brightly. Father's book was indeed not for nothing. He actually created a brand new type of words. Your words, I have to say, are very bold. You want to create words for all the gods and Buddhas in the world, right? Zhu Yi's fingers did not stop. He was still writing his own text of the saints. Creating words is a great achievement, a great undertaking. It is enough to be passed down through the ages. Unfortunately, your foundation is not strong enough. You haven't even understood the knowledge that you have. Yet, you want to create words. In the end, it is just a castle in the air. Silently, Zhu Hongwu said, "Unfilial son, don't try to win with words. Once my world creation magnificent chapter breaks your seal, I will capture and kill you." The brand new strange words gathered together and formed a text. It rushed towards the sealed altar. The powerful energy contained within it seemed to be singing the praises of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. He opened up the world, created the world, ruled over tens of thousands of gods and Buddhas, ruled over creation, and was eternal and indestructible. The powerful energy resonated with Zhu Hongwu's fist intent, forming an even more powerful force. The sealed altar was on the verge of collapsing. "Unfilial son, even though you managed to seal me for a while, I can tell that you have used up more qi than I have. Once I break this seal, you are weaker than me to begin with. Next, you can only surrender." Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi. The father and son looked at each other across the altar. "Today, I will clean up the sect." Zhu Yi also looked at Zhu Hongwu. He seemed to have a card up his sleeve. There was not the slightest hint of impatience. "I have said before that I know everything about you. Previously, you wanted to stall for time, and I did it with you. Why do you think it was?" Zhu Hongwu's brows furrowed. Shi Zongtang and the others who were watching the battle also came to their senses. Although they had not personally fought with Zhu Yi, the general style of the disciples of the celestial sect master Lin Feng had already spread in the divine land. Everyone knew that Zhu Yi had always been clean and efficient. He rarely entangled with others. As long as the situation allowed it, he would always use a big move and kill his opponent instantly. However, in today's battle, although Zhu Hongwu did not use the great celestial wheel, Zhu Yi also slowly fought with him for a long time. He did not take the initiative to use the golden Permitha bridge. Admittedly, Zhu Hongwu was displaying his strength bit by bit, but Zhu Yi was also countering every move that came his way. This style was completely different from Zhu Yi's usual style. In the beginning, everyone thought that it was because he was fighting with Zhu Hongwu, who was both father and enemy. The special situation affected his decision. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. The first person to realize this was actually Zhu Hongwu. However, he was happy to stall for time and wait for Emperor Zhou's Liangpan to be ready. But now, it seemed that Zhu Yi had succeeded before them. It was also because of Zhu Yi's action of stalling for time that Zhu Hongwu was vigilant and suspicious. At the same time, he was also numbed. As a result, he was careless and was sealed by Zhu Yi. What caught Zhu Hongwu's attention was that he seemed to have vaguely grasped Zhu Yi's thoughts. "You unfilial son, you—" Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi. A light spot flew out from between Zhu Yi's eyebrows, and flew up to the sky. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the 9 dazzling stars shone brightly. Everyone was stunned. Is that the 9 dazzling sky collapsing formation? Although the 9 lights heaven-shattering formation, which had been repaired and rearranged, was still far from its theoretical limit. Under Zhu Yi's control, it did not turn into a fierce attack. Instead, it was infused into the barrier's seal, and the seal was instantly stabilized. As for Zhu Yi, he ended his saint chapter. The last paragraph of this shocking article only had one word, E. After writing the last word, Zhu Yi did not stop writing. He immediately started writing the second article. The first word of this article was E. As he wrote this article, the aura of the Dharma power around Zhu Yi changed and started to fluctuate. Zhu Hongwu, who was in the altar, was the first to understand. You broke the barrier in your heart through the battle with me. Now, you want to refine your spirit and return to the void. Zhu Yi said calmly, "That's right. My barrier isn't defeating you. That's something I have to do. It's not a barrier in my heart. From the moment I truly fought against you, the barrier in my heart had already been broken. After that, I accompanied you to buy time because I was polishing and organizing my own comprehension of the Tao. Now that I've finished organizing it, I naturally sealed you. However, you don't have to be anxious. After I finish my cultivation, we can have a good talk." Everyone was dumbfounded. He is playing with fire. He is using Zhu Hongwu, who is stronger than him, as a grindstone. In the sealed altar, Zhu Hongwu's expression finally changed. With a roar, the great celestial wheel appeared. But at the same time, a majestic golden bridge appeared out of nowhere and continued to suppress the seal. Chapter 1277. Some of the experts who had been defeated by Zhu Yi did not necessarily have weak techniques, but they had not been able to fully display their strength and had been defeated by Zhu Yi, leaving them with regrets. Zhu Hongwu was a veteran of hundreds of battles and was used to using his full strength to wipe out his opponent's hopes with the force of a thunderbolt. He came from the army, and what he valued was the final result of the battle, not the process. What Zhu Hongwu wanted was to be able to defeat and kill the enemy as quickly as possible without any accidents, and to have the situation firmly under his control, unless there was a special reason or another plan. For example, today, Zhu Hongwu had not been able to display his strength. He naturally would not allow himself to fail. If Zhu Yi had used his full strength from the start, then he would have immediately adjusted his strategy. Although he had agreed with Liang Pan to delay for some time, if he was defeated quickly, then there was naturally no delay. Only a stalemate between evenly matched opponents could achieve the desired effect. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Yi did not immediately use his full strength. Instead, he seemed to have a tacit understanding with Zhu Hongwu, calmly dealing with each move as it came. This made it difficult for Zhu Hongwu to judge, although he also cultivated the Buddhist Tao of karma, and could even be said to be one of the people in the world with the most profound understanding of the Buddhist Dharma. Zhu Yi's attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were also not shallow. Zhu Hongwu could not predict his intentions. Therefore, when they first started fighting, the situation had indeed fallen into a stalemate as Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu had hoped. However, the initiative was no longer in Zhu Hongwu's hands. Of course, it was not completely in Zhu Yi's hands. Both sides wanted to delay for time to complete their plans, so whoever was a step ahead naturally had the initiative to seek to break the stalemate. In the end, it was clear that Zhu Yi was a step faster, so he attacked first and took the initiative to seal Zhu Hongwu. Shi Zongtang and the others who understood this could not help but look at each other with complicated expressions. Zhu Hongwu has always been decisive and unbridled. Only Emperor Zhou Liang Pan's imperial decree can restrain his hands and feet. However, it is precisely because of this unwavering, Well, that Zhu Hongwu can have such great strength. It is really difficult to say what he has gained or lost. Of course, it wasn't that Zhu Hongwu didn't have a chance to make a comeback. Now that the situation had returned to a stalemate, if Zhu Hongwu could break through the enchantment barrier before Zhu Yi successfully returned to Void Stage, then he would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Inside the sealing barrier, there was endless light surging. One could only see the dazzling light, but nothing concrete could be seen. However, everyone could vaguely sense that there seemed to be an invisible roulette constantly spinning within that radiance. As the wheel rotated, it was as if the myriad worlds were rotating at the same time. The will of the entire great thousand world had awakened, and the thoughts of it were moving, shocking everyone. This was naturally the supreme treasure of the ancient heavenly gate, the creation Dharma treasure, the great wheel of heavens. As soon as the great heavenly wheel appeared, even though the 9 luminary sky-shattering formation was about to gather the stars, Zhu Yi's barrier was instantly filled with cracks, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. However, right at this moment, a golden light flashed across the sky like a rainbow. Within the golden light, a magnificent golden bridge appeared. The golden bridge emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, and there were many flower buds around it. These flower buds bloomed one after another, and the petals unfolded one after another, falling in all directions like a deluge of heavenly flowers. There was also a faint, celestial voice singing in the air. At first, it was inaudible, but in the end, it resounded throughout the entire universe. This was the creation Dharma treasure that belonged to Zhu Yi, the golden Permitha bridge. The golden Permitha bridge appeared and immediately suppressed the sealing barrier. As the golden light flashed, the sealing barrier instantly became complete again, sealing Zhu Hongwu and the great wheel of heavens within it. Zhu Hongwu looked coldly at Zhu Yi. Unfilial son, you only know how to use this small Tao. In the end, you will never become a great person. In the battle with Shao Qingqing in the past, you broke through to the late Yuanying stage, but do you think that the same method can be used on me? Although you have this golden Permitha bridge, you are currently cultivating your spirit to return to the void. Your spirit, chi, and spirit can't be added to the Dharma treasure. How can it compare to the fusion of my power with the great wheel of heavens? Even with the 9 glory sky-shattering formation and the power of the stars, it is just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This sealing barrier of yours, break for me. Zhu Hongwu raised the great wheel of heavens as if he was lifting up the world, and as if he was a devil god that wanted to destroy the creation, he bombarded and shook the golden Permitha bridge and the sealing barrier. The great wheel of heavens is a weapon of slaughter. Its attack power is strong, and it is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Zhu Yi's body landed on the golden Permitha bridge. Under the bridge was the sealing barrier that sealed Zhu Hongwu. Zhu Yi's hands didn't stop, and he kept writing essays that started with the word "yi." At this moment, a majestic literary aura shot into the sky and kept spreading in all directions. It even caused the entire divine land to fluctuate. The aura of all the scholars in the world was gathered, and the sound of reading was endless, echoing in every corner of the human world. Later on, other than the scholars, other people's wills were also attracted by Zhu Yi. It was a kind of great wills that worked hard and kept forging ahead. Just like how the immortal Dragon City condensed the wills of tens of thousands of human compatriots to work together and protect each other, at this moment, the majestic will of humanity was also added to Zhu Yi and the golden Permitha bridge. It was a kind of grand will that wanted to continuously surpass the past and not stop moving forward. It wanted to continuously work hard, be independent, and open up the future. It wanted to break through all obstacles and move forward. The text that Zhu Yi was writing at this moment had the same dharma and logos as the shocking chapter that caused 100 sages to resonate at the same time. However, it was even more profound. The first paragraph of his Saints chapter was meant to carry on the past and open up the future. It wanted to keep moving forward and open up endless possibilities in the future. It represented creation, the general trend of humanity, not sticking to the rules, not going with the flow, and always moving forward. The second paragraph was to break through all obstacles and surpass all hardships. It represented transcendence. The enemy would be surpassed, the difficulties would be surpassed, time would be surpassed, and the limits of the world would also be surpassed. Only the general trend of humanity would keep moving forward, forever without limit. The third paragraph seemed ordinary, but it had a deep meaning. It represented sharing, enlightenment, and guidance. It was willing to be the first in the world, to be the teacher of the world, to explain the principles of the sages. Whether the people were wise or foolish, as long as they were willing, they could accept enlightenment. After that, it was the word "yi." Although it was only a word, it contained thousands of changes and countless possibilities. Zhu Yi slowly recited, "The general trend of humanity is to keep moving forward. How can there be an end? How can it stop moving forward? This E word is the end, but it is also a new beginning. The surging general trend will always move forward, endless." As he wrote this new chapter, a ball of light gradually condensed and flickered above his head. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, they all felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that this was Zhu Yi condensing his return to void Dharma physique. Zhu Hongwu's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. His martial Tao fist intent had fused with the great celestial wheel. Apart from the power of the great celestial wheel, Zhu Hongwu himself had also finally erupted with all his strength at this moment. His martial Tao true intent condensed into a huge corporeal wheel of light. A hole opened in the center of the wheel before it slowly descended. Zhu Hongwu himself punched forward, his fist passing through the hole in the center of the wheel of light. His martial Tao true intent and the power of his body's blood and qi perfectly fused at this moment. The wheel of light revolved around Zhu Hongwu's fist intent. Unlike when he was defending against Zhu Yi's attack earlier, Zhu Hongwu now put all his strength into his attack, raising the power of his attack and destruction to the extreme. When he punched out, space was completely shattered. It truly had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. The expressions of the surrounding spectators all changed. What made them feel even more terrified was that the power of the great celestial wheel was also perfectly fused with Zhu Hongwu's fist. It continued to push forward, and the terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens at this moment. Even the Permitha bridge began to tremble slightly in the face of this punch. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel and nodded slightly. "Your strength is completely above the Jade Sky Dragon King at his peak. In fact, it's not just by a little bit." However, Zhu Yi's hands were completely unsteady. Silently, he continued to write his own article. As he wrote this article, streams of air emerged from Zhu Yi's body and then merged into the light and shadow above his head. In the middle of the light and shadow, a one-hua Tai Chi diagram was faintly visible. Silently, a Yi Dao talisman was flickering on the Tai Chi diagram. The streams of air that gathered in the diagram contained the orthodoxy of Tianmen, the orthodoxy of the king of the underworld, the orthodoxy of the ruthless emperor, the orthodoxy of Buddhism, and even the orthodoxy of the Dark Emperor and the sword principle of Mao Zedong. Zhu Yi extracted the essence of all kinds of powerful Taoism and integrated them into his understanding of Taoism. The Yi-Dao talisman continued to analyze and fuse them with his own Tao Te Ching as the foundation. Zhu Hongwu let out a long breath and shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, an unfathomable and indescribable light appeared on his body. It was neither dazzling nor resplendent, but it seemed to contain the infinite truth of the great Tao. Master Luo Fu was shocked. The Taishu mystic light, Shi Zongtang, and the others stared at Zhu Hongwu with strange eyes. Under the blessing of the Taishu mystic light, the power of Zhu Hongwu and the great wheel of heaven became more and more powerful. The bounded domain of the seal began to break. The golden nirvana bridge seemed to be forcibly overturned, and the 9 luminaries' sky-falling formation also shook. Only Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan, although a little surprised, were not so shocked. Yu Hongyan shouted and landed on the golden nirvana bridge with the wondrous shul tree standing beside Zhu Yi. The suppressing power of the wondrous shul tree was also added to the bounded domain of the seal, helping it to stabilize. The branches fluttered in the wind, and the dark golden light spread out, covering the surroundings, and also blocking the path of the outside world to attack Zhu Yi. Zhu Hongwu's face was livid. How could he not understand that everything was arranged by Xianmen Tianzong? Zhu Yi and the others speculated that his place of closed-door training was not in Tianjing City. Zhu Yi wanted to fight with him, but did not want others to intervene, so they sent Yu Hongyan to Shuefeng. They calculated that with his character, he would not directly return to Tianjing City, but would come here to cause trouble for Yu Hongyan. Zhu Yi left Hao Yang's clone with Yu Hongyan, so that he could come at any time. At this moment, Zhu Yi's plan was progressing smoothly, and his wish was fulfilled. Yu Hongyan and the wondrous shul tree could protect him while he cultivated the spirit and returned to the void. With Shi Tianhao and Li Yuanfang blocking the side of Tianjing City, the Grand Imperial Palace could not leave, and the Shenwu army could not mobilize in large numbers. As long as these 2 forces could not arrive, the other forces of Great Zhou, whether it was the dragon subduing tablet, the border warship, or the secretly subdued Baian, could not do anything to the wondrous shul tree even if they attacked together. From the beginning, Xianmen Tianzong had the intention of using Zhu Hongwu as a whetstone for Zhu Yi while pressuring the Great Zhou. Chapter 1278. Zhu Hongwu's expression turned ice-cold, and his eyes burned with extreme anger. He had never been so angry in many years. Xianmen Tianzong's plan was to use him as a whetstone for Zhu Yi, a stepping stone. By fighting with him, Zhu Yi would be able to break through the last bottleneck, the last barrier in his heart, and enter the spirit refinement realm. Unfortunately, he had walked right into his opponent's trap. In the past, Zhu Hongwu had encountered his opponent's schemes, but most of the time, even when he knew there was a trap in front of him, he would still move forward without hesitation and use his powerful strength to crush it, turning his opponent's painstaking efforts into a joke. But today, from the original intention of Zhu Yi and the others to the process of how things had developed, he felt extremely humiliated and depressed. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi, stared at Yu Hongyan, stared at the golden nirvana bridge, the wondrous salo tree, and the 9 luminaries sky-cracking formation. His line of sight even penetrated through the layers of the void, looking at the city and the sky and the yin and yang life and death formation that enveloped Tianjing City. Behind all of this, he seemed to see a young man dressed in purple, his expression calm, and his eyes shining with wisdom. Not long ago, not to mention Zhu Yi and Yu Hongyan, he did not even take the purple-clothed young man seriously. He firmly believed that his strength was enough to crush the purple-clothed young man to death. It was just that he had many other concerns, which prevented him from taking action. But he did not know when it started, but he could no longer stand in front of the young man as an equal. Now, even the young man's disciple had put him in such a predicament. It seemed that ever since the young man appeared, the great Zhou dynasty, which had always been determined to improve, began to suffer setbacks and took a sharp turn for the worse. The expression of Zhu Hongwu, who was suppressed in the sealing barrier, became calm at this moment, and the anger in his eyes disappeared. From today onwards, everything has just begun. You, Xianmen Tianzong, have been used to having a smooth life all these years, so much so that other than your master, even you have become arrogant. You want to use me as a whetstone? I will break your blunt knife first. Unfilial son, you shall be the first core member of Xianmen Tianzong to fall. All of your schemes will only fail in the end. How long do you think that spirit formation of yours can last before me? As if to prove his words, Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel continued to shake even with the help of the Sala wondrous tree and the support of the Taishu mystic light all day long. After all, Zhu Yi was cultivating to break through the realm and refine his spirit to return to the void. He was far from being able to attack wholeheartedly with Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel. Indeed, it won't take too long. You will eventually be able to escape, Zhu Yi said, but just like before, you are still slower than me. After he finished speaking, Zhu Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up from the Permitha Golden Bridge. His fingers kept writing. His brand-new essay wasn't all that gorgeous. It wasn't like an ordinary essay that was full of flowers, but it revealed a simple truth of the great Tao. The aura of literary elegance overflowed and resonated in the entire human world of the divine land. It was as if it was guiding the general trend of the human race to move forward together with the support of the majestic power. The holy ancient robe on his body lit up with white light. Countless figures flashed in the light, and countless voices of reciting the essay sounded. Those were the scholars of the past. They were triggered by the essay and connected the past and the present, resonating with the current trend of humanity. In a trance, the trend of humanity of the past dynasties seemed to be ringing at this moment. Zhu Yi and his essay were like a bridge that connected everything from ancient times to the present. The unceasing progress, the surging momentum at this moment was clearly linked together, gradually taking shape, supporting Zhu Yi's body. Everything seemed to flow smoothly and logically, becoming one with Zhu Yi. The light projection above Zhu Yi's had gradually solidified and turned into a 3 zhang tall figure. He wore a high crown and ancient robes, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Unfilial son, you want to cultivate the return to void dharma body, but you're going to fail at the last step. If you had more time, even I wouldn't be able to stop you. But now, the slightest difference is the difference of 1,000 miles. This difference will determine your fate of defeat. Zhu Hongwu raised the great celestial wheel, and his figure suddenly flickered as if he had thousands of clones. Countless silhouettes of Zhu Hongwu revolved around the great celestial wheel at this moment. Countless fist shadows flashed, and the fist intents were added to the great celestial wheel. The light wheel revolved with a loud rumble, crushing towards the sealing barrier and the Permitha Golden Bridge. Among these fist shadows, Zhu Hongwu punched out fist Will. Apart from his own fist, Will, there were also many seemingly right but actually wrong concepts. Looking closely, one could vaguely see the king of the underworld's orthodoxy, Shushan's sword Tao, and even the ancient Confucian orthodoxy's shadow. They were all integrated into Zhu Hongwu's martial arts fist, Will. You seem to know a lot of strange techniques and can see through and deduce all kinds of techniques. You do have some skill, but now that our qi and feelings are intertwined, I can see through the concepts of these Tao techniques. I don't need to learn them, I just need to channel them into my fist will. Zhu Hongwu said coldly, I've integrated the Heavenly Gate and Buddhist orthodoxy, and they are all techniques that can be comprehended by analogy. After I've integrated the Supreme Emperor's orthodoxy, the three techniques have become one, and I can control all the techniques in the world from top to bottom, bringing everything under my control. Unfilial son, you want to use me to sharpen your blade? In the end, you will help me reach a higher level. Not only these techniques, but I will also step on Xianmen Tianzong's Tao techniques. They will become the cornerstone of my martial arts, making me stronger and stronger. As he shouted, thousands of fist shadows rotated the great celestial wheel. The completely berserk light will seem to collapse at the same time, crushing towards Zhu Yi. The ceiling barriers shattered immediately. Even the nine-glory sky collapsing formation in the sky shook violently, as if the stars were about to fall. Zhu Hongwu's will was extremely firm. After the initial shock and anger, he quickly calmed down and pushed his strength to the limit, wanting to kill Zhu Yi and turn the tables. His and Liang Pan's plan was to make all the necessary preparations before taking action. He would first deal with Yu Hongyan and Zhu Yi, then turn around and return to Tianjing City to deal with Shi Tianhao and the others. Although he had fallen into Xianmen Tianzong's trap and gained the upper hand by a show of strength, Zhu Hongwu quickly adjusted his mentality and cut through the Gordian knot, hitting the key point. The key to the development of the situation ultimately depended on the battle between him and Zhu Yi. As long as he won, Xianmen Tianzong's previous successful plan would naturally be in vain. However, at this moment, Zhu Yi shouted, "You want to turn the tables? You can't do it." The torrential human Tao is the general trend, and everyone is working hard to improve themselves. However, you want to enslave everything and go against the trend. Even if you have a moment of glory, you are destined to be destroyed in the end. If you want to turn the tables, your opponent is not me, but the people of the world. How can you succeed? As he shouted, Zhu Yi suddenly wrote the last word of his second article. There were a total of 2 strokes. 1 stroke and 1 stroke, but it was the word person. Once the article was completed, the figure of light above Zhu Yi's head was also completely formed. The figure was 3 feet tall, and its facial features were exactly like Zhu Yi himself. It wore a high hat and ancient clothes, and as the clothes fluttered, it blended into the void. It held an ancient book in its hand, and the words I Ching were written on the cover. As the pages flipped, it could be seen that there were words on the first few pages of the book. It was Zhu Yi's second article, and the pages after that were blank. This blank space did not seem empty, but instead seemed to contain countless possibilities and could bear the weight of countless wonderful truths. The unknown was understood as the known, and the known extended to even more unknown. The two were born from each other, endless, and included everything known and unknown. The sea of learning was boundless, and there was no end to learning. In the process of continuous exploration and learning, people turned the unknown into the known and used various methods to sense things and principles that they could not sense before, understand things and principles that they could not understand before, and grasp things and principles that they could not grasp before. This was the process of the human Tao's continuous advancement. On the forehead of the figure of light, there was a black and white Tai Chi diagram. Slowly, it seemed to contain all the profound truths of the world. This 3 feet tall figure was Zhu Yi's void returned Dharma body. The figure descended and merged with Zhu Yi's entire body. Then he opened his eyes, and streams of light shot out from his pupils. The entire divine land was filled with the sound of reading. In the great Zhou dynasty's Tianjing city, and in the great Qin dynasty's Xiling city, the statues of the past sages and sages in the great Zhou dynasty's Tianjing city all trembled at this moment. Zhu Yi, who had transformed into a 3 feet tall statue of a sage, lowered his head and looked down. He was facing the figure of Zhu Hongwu, who was controlling the great celestial wheel to attack him. Zhu Yi's foot paused slightly, and he shouted, "The sea of bitterness is boundless, and boats are hard to find. I will raise the golden bridge, cross the sea of bitterness, and lead all living beings to the other side." As he shouted, colorful halos lit up on the Permitha Golden Bridge. On the basis of the original 7th halo, there was an additional 8th halo. There was also a faint 9th halo that flashed and disappeared in a flash. The Permitha Golden Bridge, which was enveloped by the 8 halos, suddenly became even more magnificent under the support of Zhu Yi's surging magic power. Streaks of golden light hung down like silk ribbons, sprinkling over the heaven and earth. The golden bridge carried Zhu Yi down, and it collided with the great celestial wheel that was trying to overturn the Permitha Golden Bridge. The void was directly annihilated, and the myriad domains twisted violently at this moment. Dazzling white light flashed, intertwining with the chaos after the void was destroyed. It was as if the world before them had been beaten back to the prehistoric era. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge stood unmoving, while Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel were directly knocked back. Without waiting for Zhu Hongwu to make his next move, Zhu Yi's voice resounded through the void. "Are you confident that your martial path can control the heavens? You'll be second only to one and above millions, helping Emperor Zhou to rule and enslave all lives. Then take my Permitha divine fist first. Let's see if you can take it." As he spoke, Zhu Yi's void returned stage physique fused with the Permitha Golden Bridge, and he transformed into an indomitable golden giant. The 8 halos on his head shone brightly, illuminating the world. As soon as the giant appeared, he punched out, and the vital energy of the heavens and earth exploded. Under this punch, the tens of thousands of fist shadows that Zhu Hongwu had wrapped around the great celestial wheel were all shattered, and the great celestial wheel that suppressed the heavens was once again knocked back. Chapter 1279. Zhu Yi's return to void Dharma body merged with the golden Permitha bridge. At this moment, the powerful Dharma treasure of creation, the Permitha bridge, was his body. In terms of strength and power, it surpassed Zhu Hongwu's powerful body that had been tempered thousands of times. At this moment, both sides were fighting with the power of martial arts. If it wasn't for the existence of the great celestial wheel, Zhu Hongwu would have suffered a great loss. Even so, the terrifying power of Zhu Yi's punch still blasted Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel backward. Zhu Hongwu's fist shadow that was revolving the great celestial wheel was shattered by Zhu Yi's punch. The graceful and mysterious all-sky mysterious light of great void lit up and supported Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel, helping him to stabilize his body. Otherwise, Zhu Hongwu might even be injured by this punch. Even so, the all-sky mysterious light of great void flickered nonstop and dimmed a little. Zhu Hongwu suddenly raised his head and stared at Zhu Yi. His expression became extremely solemn. The golden giant that Zhu Yi had transformed into was still maintaining the posture of punching out, standing tall in the void. His fist seal contained many principles and concepts, and he had mastered them thoroughly. Every move he made, every punch, and every kick he made was filled with immense power. Zhu Yi had already started to study this punch during the War of the Two Realms. At that time, he combined the Buddhist martial arts, the Astro-Sovereign martial arts, and Xianmen Tianzong's own martial arts. The 3 punches combined into one, and the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. The Blue Sky Dragon King didn't dare to face it head-on. At that time, many martial arts hadn't truly combined yet. Zhu Yi had used 3 punches in a row to attract the qi of heaven and earth to condense the fist intent. At this moment, when he punched out, many martial arts intents fused together, and instantly formed a powerful fist intent that seemed like it was going to tear apart the boundless sea of bitterness and guide all living beings to the other shore. It forcefully pushed Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel back. This fist is called Permitha. It is a divine bridge that leads all living beings to Permitha. At the same time, it will also bury those who stand in its way in the sea of bitterness under the bridge, the golden giant said. Zhu Yi's voice reverberated through the surrounding space. Shi Zongtang, Dao Master Luo Fu, Bei Rong First Chanyu. And the others looked solemnly at Zhu Yi, who looked like an indomitable giant god. With such power, he can already fight head-on with a grand demon in the Dharma-ending realm. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi and said coldly, "Unfilial son, do you think you are qualified to compete with me in martial arts? Do you think you can use your power freely? It's just like a 3-year-old child swinging 1,000 caddy sledgehammer. Since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll fulfill your wish." As Zhu Hongwu spoke, his figure flashed, and he reunited with the great celestial wheel. He punched continuously. At this moment, the vigorous fist intent turned into light wheels one after another, hanging on the great celestial wheel, causing smaller wheels to hang around the great celestial wheel. Zhu Hongwu's figure disappeared, and there seemed to be an invisible giant in the void, reaching out to grab the great celestial wheel and then waving it. The smaller wheels on the great celestial wheel collided with each other, continuously striking against the great celestial wheel, giving off a loud sound that shook the void. It was not deep, sharp, resounding, or muffled, but it was as if all the worlds in the universe were shaking at the same time. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of small worlds and foreign spaces being destroyed at the same time. The great celestial wheel drew a mysterious trajectory in the void and smashed toward the golden giant formed by the combination of Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge. The trajectory was so unpredictable and unfathomable. All sorts of true martial intents merged together, but it was not to clash head-on with Zhu Yi. Instead, it was aimed at his vitals. The combination of Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel's power. If Zhu Yi did not resist and his weak points were hit, the consequences would be worrying. Zhu Hongwu now wanted to use the changes in martial way that he was proficient in to defeat the enemy and break the strength with skill. Under the premise that the difference in strength between the two sides was not big enough, it was not impossible for the one who was more experienced and skilled to win. Seeing Zhu Hongwu's changes, the spectators nodded slightly. At the end of the day, even with the Permitha Golden Bridge as his body, Zhu Yi was still using his weakness to attack the enemy's strength at this moment. In a battle of life and death, Zhu Hongwu naturally would not waste any advantage that he could use. Zhu Yi's carelessness was Zhu Yi's problem. What he needed to do was to seize the enemy's weakness and defeat the enemy. Zhu Yi did not intend to avoid it at all. Above the head of the golden giant, there was a huge E-character. The next moment, the huge golden giant suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. He had already avoided the attack of the great celestial wheel and appeared behind Yi Shao. He reached out his hand to grab the great celestial wheel. His movement was simple and casual. The huge body that filled the heaven and earth showed a sense of lightness. The people present did not feel that it was contradictory. Instead, they felt that it was very harmonious. Zhu Hongwu's voice came from the great celestial wheel, the martial way of the astro-royal bloodline. The huge light wheel also turned in the void and avoided the palm of the golden giant. The two of them instantly fought many times, back and forth. The two of them tore the sky, went up to the sky and down to the ground, broke through the boundaries of the boundless world, and fought all the way to the endless outer space. One after another, stars were destroyed in the process of fighting. The martial arts of the astro-royal bloodline. the ruthless royal bloodline, the martial arts of the Buddhism sect, and other martial arts of the astral royal bloodline were easily used by Zhu Yi, including his own Permitha divine fist. Everything was done according to the situation, and it was the best solution for the current situation. As the fight went on, he even used the martial arts recorded in the Tai Huang scripture that he got from the Marquis Jing, Huan Liang, and such as the Overlord's Order and the 5 Mountains Falling Sky. Zhu Hongwu's heart kept sinking. Up to this point, in terms of martial arts attainments and close combat experience, Zhu Yi still couldn't compare with him. Zhu Yi was deducing with his own scripture of changes, and these changes had already become a part of Zhu Hongwu's body instinctively, engraved on his spirit and body at the same time. But the problem was, in terms of pure power, Zhu Yi was more powerful than Zhu Yi at the moment. Not only the body that was formed by the Permitha Bridge, but all kinds of spells and skills were also strengthened by Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi dared to fight head-on, but Zhu Hongwu was slightly inferior. This made it difficult for Zhu Hongwu to defeat Zhu Yi even though his martial arts were better. Many times there were changes that could not be changed, and there was no way to avoid. When he had to fight head-on, he had to use up all the Taishu mystic light in order to regroup and not let Zhu Yi forcibly tear through his defense. What made Zhu Hongwu disappointed was that in the process of fighting with him, Zhu Yi's subtle changes in martial arts improved at a terrifying speed. Moreover, Zhu Hongwu could faintly feel that Zhu Yi's understanding of his martial arts was getting deeper and deeper. As the two of them fought, Zhu Hongwu, who was clearly superior in martial arts attainments, fell into a disadvantageous position as the fight went on. And when the Taishu mystic light was exhausted, his chances of winning became even slimmer. "Father, you have remarkable powers. In terms of your supernatural powers and dermic powers, although you have just reached the void, return, and path integration realm, you have already surpassed countless path integration realm cultivators in the world." At this moment, Zhu Yi said in a gentle tone, "In a battle of life and death, even the great sage Zhu Jin of the demon clan who died at the hands of my 3rd junior brother may not be a match for you. In today's divine land, outside of the Xianmen, among the cultivators below the Dharma-ending realm, I'm afraid you can be ranked in the top 5. Zhu Yi punched out, forcing Zhu Hongwu to retreat. His tone was gentle as usual, as if he was having a casual chat with Zhu Hongwu. However, his tone suddenly changed. "Unfortunately, it's useless. You are no longer a match for me now. Defeating you is a piece of cake for me." The great celestial wheel suddenly disappeared, revealing only Zhu Hongwu's figure. However, the aura on his body became extremely vast and fierce. He crouched down and suddenly pounced in front of the golden giant that Zhu Yi had transformed into. His hands formed into claws and grabbed at Zhu Yi's abdomen, as if he wanted to cut open Zhu Yi's abdomen. "Ez, sage, guide all living beings to the other side. With such a strong obsession, you can't even reach the other side yourself. How can you guide others?" Zhu Hongwu laughed instead of being angry. "I have to admit that your growth has exceeded my expectations. Unfilial son. However, if you want to defeat me, wait until you have fused with the void and Tao. Today, I will turn this obsession of yours into a nightmare that you will never be able to escape from." If Zhu Hongwu's ferocious attack landed, even great demons like the White Tiger Great Sage, the Blue Sky Dragon King, and the Bright Serene Slayer would have their bodies broken. Zhu Yi stood proudly in the void, as if he didn't care at all. He stood in the void, without dodging. With a light shout, he transformed into a giant qilin. His 4 hooves stomped down towards Zhu Hongwu, and a majestic power that could suppress the heaven and earth spread out. Among the qilin's 4 hooves, one was like a Buddha taking a step and stomping down. Another was like a Tai Huang reaching out his hand, and his 5 fingers turned into 5 mountains that held up the sky and suppressed the earth. One was like the rotation of the heavens, and all worlds collapsed at the same time, crashing down together. The last step was like the shifting of the stars, and the sea of stars rolled back. Golden light shone around the Qilin, and the 8 halos shone brightly. The vast power told Zhu Hongwu that if he didn't defend himself, he would be trampled to death, even if he could break open the Qilin's chest. Zhu Hongwu's eyes flashed, and the mysterious great void mystic light surged again and enveloped his body. His figure suddenly flashed, and he retreated rapidly without any obstruction. He dodged the Qilin's 2 hind hooves, and then he used the heavenly king holding the pagoda to resist the Qilin's 2 front hooves with his palms. He used the rebounding force to continue retreating and regroup. However, at this moment, the Qilin formed by the combination of Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge suddenly transformed into a magnificent golden light again, and it wrapped around Zhu Hongwu's body and wrapped around him. The boundless light shook violently. Zhu Hongwu's body shook, and he actually broke away from the great celestial wheel. The Permitha Golden Bridge also broke away from Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's tone was gentle, and no anger could be heard. That is not my obsession. It is just a fact in front of everyone, a fact that you are not willing to admit. Now it seems that it is your obsession, not mine. I don't even need to activate the 9 glory sky collapsing formation, and I don't need to ask the miraculous Shaluo tree from 4th Junior Sister. I am one person and one bridge, and I am one will better than you. As he spoke, many airflows appeared on Zhu Yi's body, and all kinds of great Tao were revealed. There were Buddhist orthodoxies, Heavenly Gate orthodoxies, King of the Underworld orthodoxies, Ruthless Sovereign orthodoxies, Astro Sovereign orthodoxies, and Dark Sovereign orthodoxies. However, at this moment, under the guidance of Zhu Yi's Xianmen magic power, all the great Tao rushed to different directions in the void, and then they were all destroyed together. A terrifying, destructive, and powerful force blasted toward Zhu Hongwu, who had lost the great celestial wheel. The Taishu mystic light that filled the sky was being worn down at this moment, and Zhu Hongwu only felt that all the acupoints in his body were trembling nonstop. The martial arts fist intent that had condensed above his head started to break, and the energy and magic power in his body seemed to be going berserk at the same time, about to burst his body. At this moment, the universe outside his body and the universe inside his body seemed to be destroyed together at this moment. This technique is based on my Book of Changes, and it is called the Absolute Tao of 10 Directions. However, I have just reached the void return initial stage, so I can only destroy the 6 Tao for the first time. I will give it to you, Father. Chapter 1280. 10 Directions was not just limited to the number 10, but it encompassed tens of thousands and had an endless meaning. Zhu Yi's absolute way of 10 directions was not just limited to 10 types of Tao techniques, but all of the Tao techniques that he had comprehended other than the Tao Te Ching that he himself, Xianmen Tianzong, had comprehended. All along, Zhu Yi's magical powers and techniques were extensive and orderly, and he was the most profound among all the disciples under Lin Feng. However, he had always lacked offensive techniques. Compared to others, Zhu Yi's magical powers and techniques were not lacking in lethality, but from his point of view, this was indeed a shortcoming. In the past, Lin Feng had bestowed upon him the first instrument of the Golden Elixir period, the 7 Evils Dragon Slaying Sword, which was a pure instrument of killing. After the war between the 2 worlds, Zhu Yi had comprehended it carefully under the guidance of Lin Feng, and he had also interacted with Xiao Yan, Wang Lin, and the others. Now that he had mastered all that he had learned, he used the Book of Changes that he had comprehended through the Heavenly Virtue Scripture as the foundation to create the absolute way of 10 Directions technique. Once the technique was unleashed, everything in 10 directions would be destroyed. This technique swept across the void in an instant, and Zhu Hongwu only felt that all the acupoints in his body were like volcanoes that were about to erupt, and he could not control himself. For him, who had controlled his body to the finest detail, this was unprecedented. Even though Zhu Hongwu had always had a strong will, at this moment, his expression changed. The Taishu mystic light around him flickered continuously at this moment, and it had lost its usual ordinary but unpredictable characteristic. If it was not for the protection of the mystic light, Zhu Hongwu's current situation would undoubtedly be even worse. However, the Taishu mystic light that filled the sky was constantly being worn down at this moment, and it was gradually decreasing. "How dare you, unfilial son?" Zhu Hongwu made a prompt decision. With a low growl, he suddenly stopped suppressing the violent essence, qi, and mana in his acupoints. Instead, he allowed this power to explode, and he activated the ferocious fist force. It was as if the power of the deities were added to his body at the same time, and then he punched towards Zhu Yi. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu could vaguely feel his inner universe shattering. His bones, meridians, blood vessels, organs, and acupoints were all cracking apart. However, he turned a blind eye to this and continued to attack Zhu Yi with an unstoppable momentum. Because his inner verse had completely lost control and exploded, the power he exerted outside had also become unprecedentedly powerful. In an instant, it erupted in an attempt to kill Zhu Yi. At this moment, he did not even use the Taishu arcane light to protect himself. Instead, he swept it up and threw it into the attack, making the violent attack illusory and unpredictable. Zhu Yi formed the Vajra seal with his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He put his hands together and pushed them forward. A huge Vajra spirit turtle appeared and covered his entire body. Boom! Zhu Hongwu's fist force bombarded the diamond spirit turtle's back. The turtle's body cracked, but it didn't break. The Taishu arcane light continued to shine, but the shadow of a true dragon suddenly appeared on the diamond spirit turtle's body. As it wandered, it let out a long roar that shook the 9 heavens, resisting the Taishu arcane light. After all, Zhu Hongwu did not cultivate the Taishu arcane light by himself. Now that he was being attacked, it was difficult for him to react flexibly. And when his attack missed, the void in his inner universe vibrated even more violently. Blood seeped out of his orifices. Zhu Yi's absolute way swept through the endless space, shaking both inside and outside. It made Zhu Hongwu feel like his body was about to shatter. Zhu Hongwu's body, which had been tempered thousands of times and was even stronger than many great demons in the first tribulation stage, was now riddled with scars from inside to outside. Countless small scars accumulated together, making Zhu Hongwu's body extremely fragile at this moment, as if it would break at any time. Zhu Yi looked at Zhu Hongwu and calmly said, "Victory and defeat have been decided. Follow me to my mother's grave. You don't have to worry about Tianjing City. If His Majesty, the Emperor of Zhou, is willing to issue an edict and sincerely correct his past mistakes, he will not make things difficult for him in the future. However, we have to make a trip back to the Marquis's manor together. Xiao Qingcheng and her clone, Madame Xiao, killed my mother in the past. Madame Xiao has to pay for it with her life, and Xiao Qingcheng has to cripple her primordial spirit as well. She has to guard my mother's grave for the rest of her life. All these years, the Xiao family has engaged in human trafficking, disregarded human life, and committed many illegal acts. The evidence is conclusive, but under the protection of you and the Eastern Heavenly Gate, no one dares to touch them. Now, they have to be punished and receive the punishment they deserve. Between him and Zhu Hongwu, Besides the relationship of flesh and blood, there was no father-son relationship, only hatred. Defeating Zhu Hongwu and fulfilling his wish of many years caused Zhu Yi's thoughts to be incomparably clear at this moment. However, he didn't have any sense of complacency. His tone was calm and didn't reveal the slightest trace of arrogance. However, when those calm words fell into Zhu Hongwu's ears, his gaze froze. At this moment, what Zhu Yi said about making Zhou Diliang admit his crimes wasn't just a simple act. It meant that the great Zhou Empire's many years of hard work would all go to waste, and from now on, there would be no chance for them to rise again. For Zhu Yi to capture him and bring him to the Marquis Manor in Tianjing City to arrest Madame Xiao, Xiao Qingcheng, and the others to sentence them to prison was a slap in the face to him, an unbearable humiliation. Not to mention that Zhu Yi wanted to bring him to Meng Bingyun's coffin to kowtow and admit his mistakes. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi, his eyes cold and murderous. "Unfilial son, even if I die, I won't let you get what you want." As he spoke, he forcefully suppressed his injuries and once again erupted his power, attacking Zhu Yi. At the same time, he communicated with the great celestial wheel mentally. Under the connection of his power, he wanted to shake off the Permitha Golden Bridge and reunite with Zhu Hongwu. Zhu, he said, "How can it be so easy for you to sacrifice yourself?" Circulatory cycle revolution. Suppression of the four symbols. He raised his hand, and purple chi surged. A huge spirit turtle, a virtuous qilin, a noble phoenix, and a majestic azure dragon were all manifested from his magic power. The power of the four spirits fused together, gradually forming a huge halo. The true meaning of the circulatory cycle perfection was undoubtedly revealed. The great circulatory cycle formation of the four symbols pressed down on Zhu Hongwu, causing all the bones in his body to creak. Zhu Yi stretched out one hand and spread his fingers, then suddenly clenched it. The perfect halo suddenly twisted violently at this moment, turning into an extremely domineering power that crushed Zhu Hongwu, breaking the momentum of his fist. It was the technique of the circulatory cycle destruction. As Zhu Hongwu roared, the remaining Taishu mystic light around him surged, causing him to seem to be in an untouchable place, isolated from this world, avoiding Zhu Yi's circulatory cycle destruction. At this moment, a voice sounded in Zhu Hongwu's mind. "Hongwu, quickly return to Tianjing. It's impossible. Let's go to Yinghai and plan for the future." That was the voice of Emperor Zhou, Liang Pan. Hearing Liang Pan's words, hesitation appeared on Zhu Hongwu's face for the first time. Although he already understood how powerful Zhu Yi was, he could not retreat in front of Zhu Yi with his dignity. However, Liang Pan could not resist Liang Pan's imperial order. To him, disobeying the imperial order was even more unacceptable. However, Liang Pan had already made the decision for him. Zhu Hongwu's body suddenly shook violently, and a token at his waist flashed with golden light. Instantly, a huge formation expanded, and the center of the formation was connected to the void. In the center of the void, from the endless distance, a magnificent Buddha light appeared. Its power was so great that it shook the world. Zhu Yi looked up and saw a golden Buddha statue appearing from the void. The surface of the Buddha statue was extremely dazzling, as if it was about to burn. Zhu Yi took a look at the golden body and already recognized it. The golden body of Anna Lucho. Two of the golden bodies left behind by the 10 disciples of the Gautama Buddha were harvested by the great Zhou dynasty. The golden body in front of him was left behind by Anna Lucho, who was known as the #1 heavenly eye among the 10 disciples because he could see all living beings in the 6 realms of heaven and earth. At this moment, This golden body was using the sacrifice to ascend to nirvana technique to burn itself completely, exploding with astonishing power. It supported a special ritual wanting to bring Zhu Hongwu away. My Emperor's foundation is more important than anything else. Unfilial son, I will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. Seeing this, Zhu Hongwu roared angrily towards the sky. Finally, he gave up on the idea of fighting to the death with Zhu Yi. His figure flickered and instantly shifted, pouncing to the side of the Permitha Golden Bridge that was wrestling with the great celestial wheel. Then he fiercely punched out, his martial Dao fist intent, and the concept of the great celestial wheel's power merged. The great celestial wheel suddenly rotated, and the terrifying attack power was pushed to the extreme, forcefully shaking off the Permitha Golden Bridge. As for Anna Luchuo's golden body, it burned all its power together and seemed to have come back to life. However, its facial expression was still stiff, but the 6-meter-tall golden body pointed a finger at Zhu Yi, blocking Zhu Yi's path. With a point of his finger and another palm, the Buddha light manifested into a boundless world. All the Buddhas, bodhisattvas, arhats, and diviners chanted sutras together. Countless temples and pagodas stood in great numbers, like a paradise. This was the Buddhist divine ability, Buddhist kingdom in a palm. The burning golden body lifted and flipped its palm, wanting to pull Zhu Yi into the world in his palm. Zhu Yi's finger wrote, in the void, "Although paradise is good, how can it stop me from moving forward? Keep forging ahead, keep surpassing, cross the sea of suffering, and reach the other shore. The other shore is not the end." His saint chapter was written, and it kept surpassing and moving forward. The unstoppable concept of power couldn't be dispersed, and the light and dark characters turned into rays of golden rainbows. It was like a bridge that supported Zhu Yi, preventing him from entering the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. At the same time, Zhu Yi raised his other hand high up, and the 9 dazzling sky collapsing formation in the sky shone brightly again. Why do you think I brought the 9 dazzling sky collapsing formation here? Is it just to protect you? The sky split open, and the golden luminosity star shone brightly. A dazzling platinum pillar of light shot out from the center of the formation, and it was like a divine sword that could split heaven and earth apart. At the same time, the golden nirvana bridge transformed into a rainbow that pierced through the sky. Zhu Yi's return to void stage Dharma body landed on the golden bridge, and it instantly traversed the boundless world and forcibly pierced through Anna Luchuo's Buddhist kingdom in a palm. The golden bridge displayed a domineering might at this moment, and it was as if it was going to crush all obstacles in its way. Together with the 9 dazzling sky collapsing formation, it crashed toward Anna Luchuo's golden body, Zhu Hongwu, and the great heavenly wheel. You want to escape? Where's your arrogance? Where's your dominance? Where's your might? Where are you now? Chapter 1281. Zhu emerged with the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, and a ferocious force swept through the heavens. 8 colorful halos were added to the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, and the heavenly cycle seemed to have turned into the 9th halo. Under Zhu Yi's control, the 9 luminaries sky collapsing formation opened up in the sky, and the 9 luminaries circulated. The gold Venus star was unprecedentedly bright, and a dazzling platinum light beam fell. Even if Anna Luchuo's golden body burned with the art of extreme bliss, he would not be able to block such a powerful attack. Anna Luchuo's golden body burned, and not only did it resist Zhu Yi, but it also completed the secret technique to send Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel away. Under the guidance of the Buddha's light, the man and the treasure seemed to have stepped on a golden path, and they quickly escaped into the void. On the other side of the void, a majestic and domineering immortal palace could be vaguely seen, and it was the Grand Imperial Palace. However, the golden bridge of the Permitha realm turned into a magnificent rainbow, and it instantly traversed the endless space and hit Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel. Being guided by the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, the attack of the 9 luminary sky collapsing formation also traversed the void, and the platinum light beam slashed towards Zhu Hongwu like a divine sword. Zhu Hongwu roared, and his body transformed into thousands of clones again. Countless fist shadows waved, and they clustered around the great celestial wheel, causing it to spin rapidly. Countless light wheels seemed to appear at the same time, and they were all the same size. However, there was a powerful force concept and profound truth within them. At least, when Zhu Yi saw this scene, he thought of the truth of heaven and earth that he comprehended. Using 9 to see a group of dragons without a leader was auspicious. All the great Daos of heaven and earth were connected, and Zhu Hongwu's transformation showed the same truth. He defended with all his strength, but even so, he was still scattered by the attack of Zhu Yi, the golden bridge of the Permitha realm, and the 9 luminary sky collapsing formation. Countless light wheels shattered, and the great celestial wheel and Zhu Hongwu were almost separated from each other. If it wasn't for Anna Luchuo's golden body blocking the attack, Zhu Hongwu, who was already injured, would immediately suffer another serious injury. As if sensing the extreme danger of the situation, Anna Luchuo's golden body kept shaking. He suddenly put his palms together, and his body, which was already burning, started to shatter at this moment. He transformed into a giant swastika symbol and descended toward Zhu Yi and the Permitha Golden Bridge. He wanted to suppress Zhu Yi and the Golden Bridge temporarily. At this moment, Zhu Hongwu couldn't even lift the great celestial wheel. He could only stand together with the great celestial wheel and fly backward under the guidance of the Buddha light. Under his control, the great celestial wheel blocked the second strike of the 9 luminary sky-shattering formation that drew upon the power of the wood element. As for the remaining portion of the heavenly void mystic light that was on the brink of destruction, he activated it and turned it into a light screen that enveloped Yu Hongyan and the wondrous solid tree. Zhu Hongwu stared at Zhu Yi. His expression returned to calmness, but his eyes were incomparably cold. "Unfilial son, you have indeed surprised me. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have allowed a tiger to grow in my bosom that day. As a result, I allowed you to do such a disobedient thing today." Zhu Hongwu said coldly, "I won't make a similar mistake again. From today onwards, I will use the strategy of slaughtering an army and destroying a country to clean up my sect." Zhu Yi stood on the Permitha Golden Bridge. When he heard this, his expression didn't change. "Let's have a good talk about our grievances today." His eyes suddenly flickered. Then a figure floated out from his 10-meter-tall void, return Dharma body. It was a young scholar dressed in purple. He had the appearance of Zhu Yi. However, his eyes were tightly shut and he didn't have any aura. He was like a clay puppet or a walking corpse. Zhu Hongwu's eyes suddenly focused. He had already recognized that this was Zhu Yi's original physical body. Zhu Yi wasn't a martial cultivator. Thus, when he formed his primordial spirit, he integrated his original physical body into his primordial spirit incarnation. Usually when he manifested his human form, it was his primordial spirit. At this moment, he had separated his physical body from his primordial spirit. This physical body was raised by his parents. It was the original body that Zhu Yi had obtained from his parents, Zhu Hongwu and Meng Bingyun. Zhu Yi's expression was calm. "Regardless of what my mother thought of marrying with you back then, or what plans she had after giving birth to me, there are still feelings and feelings between me and my mother. Even if I break free from the womb, even if I die and reincarnate we won't be related by blood. As long as I don't lose my memories, we will still be mother and son. And between us, the only connection we have is our blood. This body was given to me by you, and I'm returning it to you now." Zhu Yi's voice reverberated in the air. Amidst his calm and peaceful voice, there was an unshakable determination in it. In the next instant, the physical body next to Zhu Yi's void returned Dharma body shattered and disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. Looking at this scene, Zhu Hongwu's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. He could feel Zhu Yi's determination. In front of him, Zhu Yi released his own physical body and sent it into nirvana. It was like Taoism's corpse disintegration reincarnation, completely breaking away from the bloodline. This was different from having one's physical body destroyed by an outsider. Instead, Zhu Yi did it himself. If he didn't become a primordial spirit, it would be the same as killing himself. Corpse disintegration reincarnation was to cut off the fate of one's previous life, break away from the shackles of bloodline, and be reborn as a human. Zhu Yi pointed his finger, and the omnidirectional Tao was activated again. The vital energy in all directions went berserk, and all the great Taos were destroyed at the same time. The terrifying explosive force shook off the swastika character formed by Anna Luchuo's golden body above his head. Then, under his control, the Permitha bridge turned into a long rainbow and swept across the void. In the sky above, the 9 glory sky collapsing formation triggered the 3rd strike of the celestial water star. The aqua blue light pillar and the mighty golden light intertwined in the dark void, and the point of intersection was Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel. In the midst of Zhu Hongwu's angry roar, his incomparably powerful physical body began to shatter inch by inch. Every bone began to disintegrate, every meridian began to rupture, and every acupoint began to break. All the blood in his body surged to his temples, and it was throbbing. The luster of the great celestial wheel dimmed instantly, and it was also heavily damaged. At this moment, Zhu Yi waved his hand, and his own broken physical body, and blood suddenly turned into a blood arrow, fell beside Zhu Hongwu, and integrated into his body. Although Zhu Yi's physical body wasn't strong, this bloodline that came from the same origin rapidly merged with Zhu Hongwu's body and helped him stabilize his broken physical body. Zhu Hongwu finally understood what Zhu Yi meant when he said that he would return everything to him. However, at this moment, he only felt extreme anger. It was the anger of being looked down upon and humiliated, even though he was born in the army, and he always believed that the slightest bit of mercy to the enemy was cruelty to himself, and he believed that the enemy's pedantry was the reason for his defeat, and he didn't deserve any sympathy or respect. But at this moment, when Zhu Yi returned his flesh and blood to him, it still made him unprecedentedly angry. No matter how strong and stable his will was, he couldn't continue to remain calm. "You unfilial son." Zhu Hongwu raised his head and roared. The swastika symbol formed by the Anna Luchuo golden body and the remaining great void mystic light surged crazily as if they were at the end of their rope. Zhu Yi's return to void Dharma body stood on the Permitha golden bridge with his hands clasped behind his back. Silently, he said, "Stop calling me unfilial son. From now on, you and I are not related by blood, whether it's feelings, thoughts, ideas, bloodline, kinship, or ethics. We don't owe each other anything." The pure, white, holy ancient robe appeared above Zhu Yi's head, and the Dharma treasure origin spirit that looked like a great scholar appeared. Its body made of light and shadow became more and more dazzling, radiating dazzling light that illuminated the sky. Majestic and mysterious magic power spread out in all directions, and the great Tao of heaven and earth connected with the holy ancient robe before being guided to the Dharma treasure origin spirit. In the next moment, the light and shadow condensed into a solid body. When the old man opened his eyes, he seemed to have become a powerful life that was independent of heaven and earth. Today, as Zhu Yi completed the spirit refinement return to void and completed the sutra transformation, the holy ancient robe also successfully reached the Mahayana stage. The Dharma treasure origin spirit flashed in the void and disappeared. At this moment, the white robe that had fused with its body and carried the meaning of thousands of years of knowledge and the desire of countless scholars seemed to have fused with the blazing human Tao at this moment. The robe fell down and was worn on Zhu Yi's body again. Its majestic appearance spread throughout the entire void. At this moment, the entire divine land seemed to be chanting and reverberating incessantly. Everyone was united and worked hard to move forward together. The powerful human Tao, that never stopped, resonated together. In a trance, it pierced through the past, spanned across the present, and led to the future. Zhu Yi stepped on the Nirvana bridge, his magnificent power completely suppressing the final eruption of the symbol swastika and the sky full of Taishu mystic light. At the same time, the fourth strike of the 9 dazzling sky collapsing formation also fell. The crimson pillar of light and the majestic golden bridge once again converged in the void of the universe. Blood spurted out from Zhu Hongwu's body again. Essence blood gushed out from every pore like a nebula and dyed the entire void. The great celestial wheel also let out low hums as if it couldn't bear the burden. The grand imperial palace that was faintly discernible in the void in the distance suddenly became clear, and a thought wave that was clearly filled with shock and anger came from it. The golden light ritual operated to its limit and finally brought Zhu Hongwu and the great celestial wheel back together. Zhu Yi lightly tapped on the Permitha Golden Bridge and said, "Liang Pan, Emperor Zhou, what are you and Zhu Hongwu planning? Is it the celestial mountain in the Ying Sea? It seems like you still haven't given up." Even if everyone has their own plans and abilities, there are some bottom lines that everyone has to keep. Your great Zhou dynasty has been unbridled in the war between the two worlds. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? I crippled Zhu Hongwu's martial arts because I want to send him to my mother's grave to admit his mistakes. But before that, I also want to deal with the problem of your great Zhou dynasty. After he finished speaking, Zhu Yi had already set up the Permitha Golden Bridge and swept Yu Hongyan and Shaluo Wonder Tree. He broke through the space that was about to close up and chased after Tianjin City. Meanwhile, the Grand Imperial Palace suddenly shook. Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were extremely furious. They could both feel that Zhu Hongwu's essence, qi, and magic power were also spurting out of his body along with his essence blood. At this moment, his powerful strength was uncontrollably dissipating and disintegrating. Chapter 1282. At this moment, in the sky above Tianjin City, an uncountable number of purplish gold light dragons danced nonstop, gathering towards Tianjin City from all directions. The powerful dragon vein qi at this moment caused the entire Tianjin City to be covered in a layer of gold. Under the activation of the city defense formation, the qi shot into the sky. Above Tianjin City was a huge immortal palace. At this moment, in the immortal palace, in addition to the millions of officials and citizens who were constantly kowtowing, there were also tens of thousands of armored cultivators. They formed a formation and stood on the drill ground in front of the immortal palace. The area was as vast as the starry sky. Even with tens of thousands of people gathered there, it did not feel crowded at all. Among these tens of thousands of people, the weakest were only at the foundation establishment stage. There were even a few at the qi refinement stage. The strongest were only at the yuanying stage. Such a large number of low-level cultivators might not be of much use against a primordial spirit cultivator. Quantitative change could cause qualitative change. However, if the difference in quality between the two sides was too great, then quantity could not make up for it. But at this moment, these cultivators gathered together. Under the linkage of magic power, their power changed drastically. The formation in front of them was the great Zhou dynasty's divine martial immortal execution formation. It was derived from the formation set up by the Grand Emperor in the ancient times. It was mysterious and domineering. These tens of thousands of cultivators were naturally the Shenwu army that the great Zhou dynasty had recruited and trained over the years. Facing the incoming enemy, most of the Shenwu army cultivators were actually anxious. After all, this was Xianmen Tianzong, the undisputed #1 power in the divine land. But now that they were connected by the formation, they couldn't back down. This formation didn't require the participants to cultivate the same Tao arts or work together. It was enough as long as they provided magic power. Under the operation of the formation, this magic power would change qualitatively. When it was poured into the general's power would increase by leaps and bounds. At this moment, the power of the divine martial immortal execution formation wasn't on one person, but on the Grand Emperor Palace. As the Grand Emperor Palace shook, rays of purple gold light flowed and strengthened the divine martial immortal execution formation. The power of both sides complemented each other. The formation and the treasure grew together, and the power kept rising. The Grand Emperor Palace finally recovered and returned to its peak state. It was already powerful, and now, with the support of the divine martial immortal execution formation, it became even more powerful. At the same time, the power of the Grand Imperial Palace was connected to the energy of the Dragon Vein in Tianjing City, as if they were one. Outside the Supreme Imperial Palace and Tianjing City, a huge light curtain covered the sky. It was the Yin and Yang life and death formation. Under the command of Ding of Shenzhou, the Yin and Yang life and death formation kept rotating while suppressing the Supreme Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, the Supreme Imperial Palace and Tianjing City did not let the infinite power of two extremes break through their defense line. Shi Tianhao manifested the city in the sky and combined his power with the Yin and Yang life and death formation to suppress the Imperial Dowager Palace and Tianjing City. However, with the support of the Dragon Vein Qi and the divine martial immortal exterminating formation, their defense was impregnable. Under the obstruction of Shi Tianhao and the others, it was impossible for Liang Pan and the Grand Imperial Palace to leave Tianjing City. However, if they focused on defending, Shi Tianhao and Li Yuanfang would not be able to break through. Suddenly, the Grand Imperial Palace activated the receiving ritual. The Analuchuo golden body burned and rescued Zhu Hongwu and the Great Wheel of Heavens. However, right after that, Zhu Yi activated the Permitha Golden Bridge and rushed over with Yu Hongyan and Shalua Wondrous Tree. In the core hall of the Supreme Imperial Palace, Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou looked at Zhu Hongwu, who was covered in blood and severely injured. His face was filled with shock and anger. Zhu Hongwu coughed continuously, and all he coughed out was blood. Your Majesty, that unfilial son and Xianmen Tianzong may have already seen through our plan. I suspect that they may be trying to use us to find the Fangzhang Immortal Mountain. Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou revealed a determined look. This is the greatest catastrophe in the history of the great Zhou dynasty. Being trapped in Tianjing City, the hearts of the people inside are unstable, and there is no help from the outside. There won't be any chance for things to turn around. Only by taking a risk and hiding in Inghai and relying on the immortal mountain to hide, can we avoid the eyes and ears of the master of the celestial sect. The master of the celestial sect is powerful, and he even controls Ingzhou immortal mountain in Inghai. It's much more convenient for him to be in Inghai than the others. However, it won't be easy for him to stop us. As long as we obtain the Fangzhang immortal mountain, there is a high chance that we can last until the next time Inghai reopens and the three mountains appear. With such a long time, as long as we are careful, we can slowly deal with Xianmen, Tianzong, preserve our vitality, and plan for the future. Liang Pan, who was wearing a dragon robe and a flat crown, stood up and said decisively, "Hangu, you just need to meditate and cultivate." As Liang Pan stood up, his body revealed an unusual feeling, as if he had made some kind of decision. In the next moment, under the control of Liang Pan's thoughts, the Grand Imperial Palace and Tianjin City below shook violently at the same time. The mountains shook, and the earth shook, as if it was the end of the world. The purple gold light dragons formed by the chi of the dragon vein roared in unison at this moment. The graceful and dignified aura gradually disappeared, replaced by an intense restlessness and violence. It was as if they were angered, but also as if they were determined to fight to the death in a desperate situation. At this moment, the huge Tianjin city, the capital of the great Zhou dynasty that had been managed for many years, was actually gradually collapsing in the light that filled the sky. The protective formation of Tianjin City suddenly reversed and collapsed together with Tianjin City. At the same time, it gathered all its power in an instant and exploded together, even exceeding its previous limits. The light dragons formed by the chi of the dragon vein that was supporting Tianjin City also broke apart one by one. It was as if a doomsday dragon was soaring. Countless essence and vitality were destroyed together, and the void continuously turned into nothingness. Such a ruthless and decisive action caused even Zhu Yi and Shi Tianhao's eyes to twitch slightly. Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou was actually going to detonate the capital of the great Zhou dynasty, Tianjin City. This powerful power, which was like the last radiance of a setting sun, was even more terrifying and powerful than the power of Anna Luchuo's golden body self-ignition. Under the support of this terrifying power, the power of the Grand Imperial Palace surged again, and it shone brightly. In the light, a huge mass of chaotic air could be vaguely seen. It was extremely unstable, constantly shaking and distorting. In the next moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the center of the mass of chaotic air. When this crack appeared, the majestic power seemed to tear the vast 1,000 domains into two. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others could not help but have the illusion that the divine land of the vast 1,000 domains was shaking. The terrifying power that could tear the heavens and the earth was extremely shocking. It forcibly resisted the pressure of the yin and yang life and death formation and Sky City. The moment the Golden Permitha Bridge arrived, it forcibly tore a crack in the void domain. This was the display of the strongest power of the Grand Imperial Palace, the ultimate emperor splitting the heavens technique. In the Grand Imperial Palace, Liang Pan set up a new ritual. Under the operation of this ritual, the crack in the sky above the Grand Imperial Palace became bigger and bigger. At the same time, light and shadow kept flashing inside, and white smoke came out from it. It was the scene in Yingxi. The power of Tianjin City's destruction formed a thick pillar of light that connected to the crack in the sky. Inside this thick pillar of light that covered a radius of 10,000 miles, the Grand Imperial Palace seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving very fast. It moved forward through a passage and rushed into the crack in the sky. Zhu Yi stepped on the Golden Permitha Bridge and said, "Little junior brother, I'll leave this place to you. Let's meet in Yingxi." while guarding, the golden Permitha Bridge turned into a long rainbow and followed the grand imperial palace into the crack. The yin and yang life and death formation circled in the void, then turned into a small light spot and landed on the golden Permitha Bridge. Shi Tianhao nodded and said, "It's a pity to destroy such a majestic city." As he spoke, the city in the sky above his head gradually turned into a piece of clear light. In the green light, an illusory and transparent city formed completely by light appeared and suppressed Tianjin City. The commotion in Tianjin City immediately calmed down, and the dragon qi that gathered here also gradually disappeared. However, a large amount of chaotic essence qi and primordial qi was also continuously absorbed by the illusory city as it regained its balance and calmness. In the distance, the fourth prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Liang Qian, did not know whether to laugh or cry as he watched this scene. No matter what, Heavenly Emperor Huang would not return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Liang Qian shook his head slightly and pulled himself together. He let out a long breath of turbid air, but he still felt that he could not calm down. When the war between the two worlds had just ended, he had left Tianjin City with the help of Zhu Yi, leaving Liang Pan and Zhu Hanguo, who were not fully prepared at that time, helpless. From today onwards, he would take over Tianjin City, take over the Great Zhou dynasty, and become the new emperor of Great Zhou. Meanwhile, Emperor Liang Pan of Zhou would be declared deposed, and this would be announced to the entire divine land. Perhaps people would think that he did not live up to his name, or that he was Xianmen Tianzong's puppet, or that his cultivation was too low, or that he could not lead the Great Zhou dynasty to prosperity. Even if Liang Pan and Zhu Hanguo suddenly attacked, he might not be able to resist. But thinking of this, Liang Qian's mood instead began to calm down. Beside Liang Qian stood a black-clothed youth. His eyes were slightly closed, and a sharp light flashed in his gaze. However, most of the time, it was deep and calm. It was Chu Yang, who had reached the primordial soul realm. He smiled slightly. "Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, long time no see, you are far more elegant than before." Liang Qian turned to look at him and laughed. "Far more elegant than before is Mr. Chu. I am far inferior. In the following days, I will need Mr. Chu to help me again. How would I dare not obey? Although I am not strong enough, I will definitely do my best." Chu Yang's current strength was not something that ordinary primordial soul embodiment realm cultivators could match. However, compared to a force like the Great Zhou dynasty, he was undoubtedly still somewhat unable to control the situation. But his appearance here imperceptibly contained a deep meaning. It was a manifestation of Xianmen Tianzong's attitude. Both Liang Qian and Chu Yang were well aware of this. The two looked at each other and smiled. The previous feeling of estrangement gradually faded. Liang Qian looked towards Tianjin City. "The situation has been decided. Although the final outcome of Zhu Hanguo and Liang Pan's escape was still unknown, the entire human cultivation world of the vast land of the divine continent was clear that as long as the celestial sect of Xianmen remained strong, as long as the overall structure of the vast land of the divine continent did not change, Liang Pan and his minister were destined to be unable to enter Tianjin City and rule over nearly half of the land of the divine continent. And what made people gasp in admiration was that from beginning to end, the master of the Taoist Xianmen, Lin Feng, had always sat on Yujing Mountain and never made a move. In the divine land, he was a supreme deterrent. Just a few of his personal disciples were enough to change the Great Zhou dynasty, which could be said to be the third force in the divine land after the Taoist Xianmen and Taishu. Chapter 1283. The result of the battle in Snow Wind County was spread across the world. Zhu Yi's corpse disintegrated, and defeated the Zhou imperial tutor Xuanji Marquis Zhu Hongwu, one of the 10 great disciples of Buddha, Anaruchuo, appeared but was sacrificed by the Zhou imperial dynasty to bring Zhu Hongwu and the great heaven will back to Tianjin City. Then Zhou Emperor Liang Pan used his Fa Li to gather everyone in Tianjin City and caused Tianjin City to self-destruct, breaking out of the encirclement and disappearing. Xianmen Tianzong's Yi Zizhu Yi Huang Heavenly Emperor Shi Tianhao and he Luo God monarch Li Yuanfang chased after them, but they also disappeared. There was news that one chased and one escaped into the Ying Ocean of the heaven origin 7 seas. After that, the 4th son of Zhou Emperor Liang Pan, Liang Qian, entered Tianjin City and ascended to the throne as the new Zhou Emperor. Liang Pan, who had gone missing, became the retired emperor. He rewarded the officials and rebuilt the Tianjin City Great Array. He also allowed the citizens of Zhou, who had migrated to other places, to enter Tianjin City. After the formation was re-established, the purplish-gold dragon, Vane Qi, quickly gathered above the Great Zhou dynasty and gathered towards Tianjin City. Liang Gan was not worried that Liang Pan would use the Grand Imperial Palace to steal the dragon Vane energy. Although Liang Gan would lose without a doubt, Liang Pan's whereabouts would be exposed, so Liang Gan did not have any worries. To Liang Qian, the most important problem at hand was the negotiation with the Great Qin Empire apart from the ascension of the throne. Without the Grand Imperial Palace, and without the immortal Dragon City, unless the Great Qin dynasty completely swallowed the Great Zhou dynasty's territory, they would not be able to obtain the Great Zhou dynasty's dragon vein energy. Although they currently had the strength to do so, Chu Yang entering Tianjin City had already expressed the Xian Gate Heaven Sex attitude. Chu Yang was a disciple of Heaven's Beyond Mountain and not a member of Xianmen Tianzong. However, Heaven's Beyond Mountain had already become Xianmen Tianzong's vassal, almost a branch. Because of Heaven's Beyond Mountain's good performance in the Xian exterminating war, they were treated well by Xianmen Tianzong, putting aside the protection and preferential treatment of resources. Outside of the opening ceremony, Xianmen Tianzong would send people to inspect the outstanding disciples of Beyond Heaven Mountain every once in a while. If they were outstanding enough, the descendants of Beyond Sky Mountain would have the opportunity to study under Xianmen Tianzong, although they might not be able to inherit the Great Tao. Just this alone was enough to make countless cultivation forces in the Divine Land envious, and it also established the status of Beyond Sky Mountain as a loyal follower of Xianmen Tianzong. Chu Yang entering Tianjin City, and not Xianmen Tianzong's disciple entering Tianjin City showed that Xianmen Tianzong had no intention of interfering with the internal affairs of the Great Zhou dynasty, allowing the chaotic Great Zhou dynasty to quickly stabilize. It also showed their support for the new Great Zhou Emperor, Liang Qian. Because of this, the Great Zhou dynasty was no longer in danger of being destroyed. However, how they would satisfy Shi Zongtang and the others, how they would negotiate, how they would wrangle, and how they would preserve the vitality of the Great Zhou dynasty would depend on Liang Qian and the new Great Zhou dynasty's abilities. Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others would not participate. Even Chu Yang, who had once been Liang Qian's advisor and helped Liang Qian strategize, entered Tianjin City, this time with only his cultivation and sword. He did not bring his mouth. Even if he assisted Liang Qian in the future to increase Beyond Sky Mountain's influence in the Great Zhou dynasty, that would have to wait until the current situation had completely calmed down. Today was different from the past. This was decided by his current position. First, there was the relationship between Xianmen Tianzong and Beyond Sky Mountain, and then there was the relationship between Beyond Sky Mountain and the other forces. Chu Yang could easily weigh the importance of these matters. The new Great Zhou Emperor, Liang Qian, was undoubtedly aware of this, so he did not mind Chu Yang being a mute for the time being. To him, as long as Chu Yang entered Tianjin City and expressed the attitude of Xianmen Tianzong behind him, it was enough. The great Zhou dynasty's king of Yuyuan, Liang Jingcheng, and the Mahayana grade magic treasure, Liang Jingcheng, who had been suppressed by Yu Hongyan and the wondrous Shaluo tree in snowy wind, had a chance to escape while the wondrous Shaluo tree and Yu Hongyan were protecting Zhu Yi. However, they returned to Tianjin City afterwards. Liang Jingcheng expressed his allegiance to Liang Qian, whose cultivation was lower than his, and became Liang Qian's subordinate. The Great Zhou dynasty's frontier ship was also left with the Great Zhou dynasty's imperial family, preserving some vitality for the Great Zhou dynasty. Xianmen Tianzong did not pay much attention to the negotiation between the Great Zhou and the Great Qin dynasty, how the Great Zhou dynasty would deal with the other forces, and how much benefits they would have to give up. Currently, there was only one request from the Divine Land to the Great Zhou dynasty, which was to re-establish a nation in snowy wind. Lin Feng sat on the peak of the mysterious sky treasure tree on Yujing Mountain. He looked calmly towards the east and chuckled in his heart. He did not have to do anything, and his disciples would do the work for him. Creating an unparalleled force to flatten the world was one of the things he had always looked forward to. Although there was still a long way to go before he could truly flatten the world, Lin Feng was rather satisfied with the current situation. As for Zhu Hongwu and Liang Pan, who had escaped to Yinghai, Lin Feng could only say that they would not run even if they wanted to. Going to the void battlefield was much more reliable than going to Yinghai. Even with Lin Feng's current level of cultivation and strength, wanting to find people in the sea of empty space is not something that he can do as he pleases. Of course, if Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu wanted to run into the void battlefield, Lin Feng, Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others would naturally plan in advance to block their way. It would be extremely difficult to find people in the Void Sea, but with proper planning and strong strength, it was still possible to prevent them from entering the Void Sea. However, after knowing that Zhu Hongwu had revealed the Taishu mystic light, Lin Feng knew that the possibility of Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu escaping into the Void Sea was close to zero. There was no free lunch in the world. Seeing the Taishu mystic light, Lin Feng knew that the Taishu temple was likely to be secretly supporting the Great Zhou dynasty. However, at this stage, the possibility of them directly taking action was zero. If Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu directly entered the Void Sea, they would be following the path of the king of the underworld. From then on, they would completely hide and wait for the right time. However, this might not be something that the Taishu temple would be happy to see. Indeed, if they hid in the void battlefield, not only would it be difficult for Lin Feng to find them, but it would also be difficult for the Taishu temple to find them and settle the score with them. However, if they offended Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu temple at the same time, then Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu would really become like the king of the underworld. Almost everyone would want to beat them up. If they hid like this, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens if they wanted to come out. Moreover, with Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu's temperament, it would probably be difficult for them to accept this. Sometimes it was not an empty saying that one's personality determined one's fate. If there really was no other way, then so be it. However, it was very likely that Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu had left behind some means to help them search for the Fangzhong deity mountain again, because they had once possessed it. Yinghai had been continuously alarmed by the power of the Dead Sea and the might of the heaven-crushing sword. Some changes that had never happened before were happening. Lin Feng had also sensed this, seeing that Liang Pan and Zhu Hongwu were fleeing towards Yinghai. How could he not know what they were thinking? At this moment, in the Yinghai, where the white clouds and mist shrouded, there was a sudden flash of light at an unknown distance. Two majestic, immortal mountains appeared at the same time. One of them had a circumference of 2,000 kilometers. The immortal mountain was surrounded by a huge formation. The space was distorted, forming huge jade plates that were pieced together, covering the immortal mountain. However, one could still vaguely see the spiritual spring waterfall on the immortal mountain from the outside. It was one of the three mountains of Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. A tall figure stood on the peak of the immortal mountain. His facial features were exactly the same as Lin Feng's. His tall figure seemed to contain an extremely powerful force. He was Lin Feng's god of war clone. The other immortal mountain had a circumference of 5,000 kilometers. It was surrounded by a vast sea of space. A palace stood silently on the immortal mountain. 9 streams of clear qi kept surging out of the mountain, enveloped by specks of light. It was Penglai Immortal Mountain, which was one of the 3 mountains of Yinghai along with Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Everyone knew that Yingzhou Immortal Mountain eventually fell into the control of Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong during the Battle of Yinghai. Meanwhile, the great Zhou Empire lost Fangzhong Deity Mountain after obtaining it. Lin Feng drove Penglai Immortal Mountain to collide with it, and both sides lost control of it. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, Fangzhong and Penglai Immortal Mountain were both ownerless. Only Lin Feng controlled Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng and his disciples were the only ones who knew about the secret of Penglai Immortal Mountain. Even many of the younger disciples and guest protectors in the sect did not know about the situation. In the palace of Penglai Immortal Mountain, a 90 feet tall giant sat cross-legged. It was the 9 qi clone that Lin Feng had refined from the 9 streams of clear qi of Penglai Immortal Mountain. The 9 qi clone's expression was calm. Suddenly, his gaze flickered. Looks like there really is a way to find Fangzhong Deity Mountain. He smiled. Liang Pan, Zhu Hongwu, your thoughts can't be wrong. However, the problem is that you have too little information on hand. At the peak of Jade Capital Mountain, Lin Feng's main body also smiled and shook his head. Then he entered the dark Heaven-Time Light Grotto Heaven. Sitting in the dark Heaven-Time Light Grotto Heaven, Lin Feng gently tapped the void with his finger. A black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of him. In the Tai Chi diagram, a figure sat upright. His purple clothes were scattered. It was Lin Feng's appearance. Then black and white Tai Chi diagrams appeared one after another. In the center of each Tai Chi diagram sat an illusory figure of Lin Feng. The many Tai Chi diagrams circled around Lin Feng silently. Lin Feng closed his eyes and meditated. As time passed, the Tai Chi diagrams finally disappeared. Only a Tai Chi diagram gradually formed above Lin Feng's head. It was simple. Black and white were distinct and mutually reinforcing. It seemed to be deducing the infinite mysteries of the universe. Slowly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked up at the Tai Chi diagram. He was silent for a long time. A tall figure covered in silver-white scales and 2 horns suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Brontosaurus's clone in human form. The Brontosaurus clone let out a long roar and revealed its true form. It turned into a huge silver-white Brontosaurus. It stood opposite Lin Feng's main body in silence. In the process of Lin Feng's training, time passed bit by bit. The outside world was still changing. However, outside the Yingxi, the land of the great Zhou dynasty was almost settled. The one related to Xianmen Tianzong was the Snowgale Restoration Nation. However, back then, Snowgale Kingdom had been massacred on a large scale. Its vitality was greatly damaged. Even if it were to rebuild the kingdom, it would be a long process. It could not be rushed.